It is 9:28. We'll start in 2 minutes, just giving you a little warning. Thank you. Okay, thank you for being so cooperative, as I never heard this room this quiet before with this many people in it. Everybody's anxious, so we will call the Volusia County Council meeting to order for December 14th, 2021. It's our last meeting of the year. Merry Christmas. And we will start, as we always do, with an invocation. And I just want to say before we stand, if you care to stand to participate in that, that if your faith group would like to have somebody give the invocation, just give your information and email to that lady over there, Carissa Green, and she will get you all signed up and tell you what you need to do for right now. I would like to call Pastor Calvin Gittner of the Port Orange Presbyterian Church for our invocation, and then just remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Hey, good morning, everybody. As a Volusia County native, resident, small business owner, pastor over on the east side of the county, it is a joy and privilege to be at this meeting. As a disclaimer, I am a Christian, Presbyterian, retired Air Force chaplain, but I too appreciate the faith tradition of each person's journey. So whether you celebrated Ramadan earlier in the year, just completed celebrating Hanukkah, getting ready for Christmas, or if your celebration will be on New Year's Eve, my hope is that it is well with your soul this morning. As a county, we are blessed to have a council and a staff that are doing a great job during some tough times. It's been a difficult year, but there is reason to be hopeful. Our sheriff's department, law enforcement personnel, first responders, hospital, medical staff are doing everything possible to keep us healthy and safe. Our business owners and employees are coming back together to keep our economy moving. School teachers, staff, university personnel doing what they can to provide safe and effective learning environments. Everybody doing the best to navigate the science and politics of COVID-19 with vaccines, prudent health measures, and safety protocols. We have an amazing and diverse county with some truly amazing and diverse citizens. So as long as we can continue to harness our collective energy and passion, working together to overcome our differences, caring for and looking out for the needs of all of our citizens, we can and will ensure that every person, every family throughout this great county will be able to thrive and live full and meaningful lives. That is my hope and my prayer, not just today, but into the new year. So God, as we gather here today, we ask your blessings on this meeting of the Volusia County Council, a full agenda, reports and motions. May this meeting be more than just dotting I's and crossing T's. May a spirit of civility, cooperation, mutual respect, and trust guide all that we do. That is our hope and our prayer. Amen. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And I'm going to forego shaking your hands. Welcome, thank you, and peace.
Carissa, would you call the roll, please?
Ms. Gertman.
Here.
Mr. Johnson. Dr. Lowry.
Here.
Ms. Post.
Here.
Mr. Robbins. Ms. Wheeler.
Here.
Mr. Brower.
Here, thank you. All right, we will start off as always with public participation. If you were here to speak, there are forms over here you can fill out, give to Carissa Green. You will have 3 minutes. We've got a number of people that want to speak on the same subject, so in order for continuity and to allow the council to better understand their issue, I'm going to have them all come together one at a time, but come together. Each speaker will have 3 minutes, and the first will be Steve Otto.
Hello, my name is Steve Otto. I live at 2378 Lake Tallmeads Drive in DeLand on the chain of lakes from Hammock to Miller Lake. And instead of speaking, I was going to show some pictures, so we can have those now. This gives you an idea, if you can see that up there, of the chain of lakes. Starting at the bottom of that, you see Blue Lake, Hammock Lake, next to Kepler, goes into Blue Lake, into South Tallmadge, North Tallmadge, and that big pink line at the top is the canal and goes into Miller Lake. All that flows north. Eventually, we're at the headwaters of Haw Creek, and it goes way up into Lake Diston through Clark Bay Preserve. Next. Our concern is with that big pink line you saw on there. It's blocked. It has not been maintained for years. This is the entrance from North Tallmadge Lake to that's the opening to the canal. Next. As you proceed down the canal, that light green in the middle and the brush and sides, that light green in the middle is where the canal should be. Nice, clean, clear water. Next. Another lake owner and I, last year in February, managed to kayak to the other side of Lake Miller. This is a view of the canal as we're kayaking down it. Most of the canal looks just like that. Next. This is actually going into Lake Miller last February, or this in 2021. There's brush, as you can see there, farther back and behind me. And what you see of all the grass, that's what's Lake Miller. There was actually only open water and small hole on the east side and on the west side. Otherwise, it was completely covered with weeds and brush. Next. The guy that kayaked with me was a little younger, but when we got to here, fortunately, I was kind of pooped out by then. So I called my wife and said, pick us up, because I didn't have enough energy to kayak back through those weeds. But this is we're staring at the canal that goes from Lake Miller to the dam. It's only about 100 feet long or so. Unfortunately, the gentleman brought a machete with him. We had to actually chop our way through that to get out and be picked up. Next. This is standing on the dam and taking a picture looking back at Lake Miller. You can see it's, except for the short part of the canal, there's actually a tree down in that green the weeds right there that's blocking it from actually moving quickly there as well. Next.
Steve, how many more do you have?
I'm almost done. Oh, This is Lake Miller after the city has stepped up and been working on it since last April. All that solid weeds it's probably about 80% open water now. Next. I'll go through these quickly. Other changes that have caused from the back of this lake. This is what our lake has looked like from November, last year, from mid-November all the way through February. We've never had that in Lake Talmadge in the 21 years I've lived there. Next. We haven't had this either. This was August of this year. I just raked a 10-foot path alongside my dock of the bottom. I could hardly lift that out of the water. And the whole bottom's covered with this green algae. Next.
We're going to make this the last one, and you can give these pictures to all the council, but you have a lot of other people that want to talk on this, and I don't want it to work against you.
This happens to be my dock, but there's other dock pictures here as well, and yards that are underwater, but my dock's been underwater the last 7 months out of the last 16 months. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Eric Sampson.
Good morning. My name is Eric Sampson. I live at 1921 East Plymouth Avenue on Lake Talmadge. Upon hearing about the lake, I was concerned because living there, seeing the water come up higher every year. Looking at the weir, there's about an inch of water going over the weir, which I don't know if you're familiar with, that's county maintained. The actual lake level, however, has gone up well over a foot to almost 2 feet. Meanwhile, the weir is still only got about an inch of water going over it. So that's evidence that the backup is occurring. The city did spray the lake and clear Miller Lake, so they've done a lot of work to try to help, but that canal needs to be cleared. One of the concerns in the area is the stormwater runoff to the chain of lakes there. It is the county property from 44 all the way to 92 basically, and Jacob's Dairy to beyond Kepler Road. All of that flows into that basin, and all of us pay for stormwater related services. So that stormwater builds up in that area. Because it can't flow, it's backing up, and that's causing the problem and also causing property damage and erosion. I know on my property, you can walk to the back of it, and now where it was stable land, you can bounce up and down on the root bed because there's no soil left there. It's all washed away from the high waters and boats on the lake and things like that. And so before, it used to be at a level where there was a shell bed where it didn't erode the soil. So I've got pine trees that are having greater leaf litter basically because of this, and they may die. So it's causing property damage on that level. However, there are properties on the lake that if it continues to go, it will damage people's homes. So it's of concern. And the runoff to the lake is under an MS4 watershed, as I understand, which is under that, the lake is supposed to go back to its normal level within a matter of days, not months. This is being since the summertime, and the lake is still not at its normal level, which is supposed to be controlled by the weir, and I think you'll hear about that later. But it's a concern. The canal, as I understand, is owned by the state. It's not owned by you, but you have cleared it in the past in cooperation with the state. And we need that cooperation to begin again so we can take care of this problem before we have greater property damage and issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Dana Fogel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dana Fogel, 550 East Plymouth. I've been a lawyer in DeLand for just over 50 years, just had my 50th anniversary. In the late 70s, I had to sue the county because all of this chain of lakes, that's 5 lakes, were dropped 3 to 4 feet by a farmer that had a brother who was a commissioner, and the brother got the county equipment to dig the canal from 92 to Miller, and then from Miller south to North Lake Talmadge. When the guy running the drag line got within 50 or 75 feet of the lake, the water in the canal was here, going north. The water in the lake was here, very, very high, like it is now. He suddenly saw that stuff moving, and away it went. And he backed the drag line out of the way. The next morning, all of the residents' boats were on the lake bottom. And my phone rang off the hook. Brand new lawyer. You know, I didn't need work, but I was happy to take this case. It was a wonderful experience for all of us except the county. When I got done, the county wrote me a very nice check for, I think, about 1,000 hours of legal work, which resulted in an order that did a couple things. Number one, it ordered the county to restore the lake level to the mean high water average, which it did, and it ordered the county to put in an indicator of the lake level, which it did on the south side of the bridge on Minnesota. And you could drive by and look, and you would see it at 55.8 feet. To cure it, we stumbled into a common sense cure. We found that if we had the right size concrete beam and laid it on the concrete superstructure of the underpass, hey Ben, that gave us 55.8 feet, which was the court order. DOT said, that's fine with us. The county said, of course. It didn't take any concrete, didn't take anything. They just set that there. That whole structure replaced the original adjustable weir, which we found in the DOT records. I think it was put in 1926. We had established what our lake level was, but had not come to trial. When we found those plans, guess what it said? 55.8 feet. Our engineers and surveyors hit it within 1/10 of a foot. So that was the county's obligation. Unfortunately, I'm not the smartest guy in town. I never dreamed that we would have too much water, or excuse me, I'm sorry. I'll be available for questions if anybody has them.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Robert Green.
I'm Robert Green, 2396 Lake Talmadge Drive. I'm going to talk about a little different subject. First of all, I'd like everybody here who is here about this subject to raise their hand. Okay, so I'm a realtor. I've sold several homes on this chain of lakes. I've sold about 60 acres here. And I'm always proud to tell us about our lakes because we have 4 that you can access by boat through these canals. Actually, I have driven a power boat from 44 to 92 wide open going up these canals. They're not drainage canals. These are waterways that takes you to each property. Back in the early 2000s, we had several hurricanes. Y'all remember, 3 at a time. There was water in my backyard up almost halfway to my house, and that water drained in about 6 days. That was when the canals were open. They need to be open again for the health of these freshwater lakes. Thank you.
Thank you. Gerald Fieser.
Good morning, I'm Gerald Fieser. I live at 2366 Lake Talmadge Drive. The main reason we're here today is there's a lot of, we could go on for all morning on who's responsible for what. And as we've tried to seek answers, we have learned that the state was ultimately or originally responsible for maintaining that. In dealing with Representative Federoff, she has trying to get something done, but the state's saying it's not their problem. When we talk to county staff, the county knows, there's a lot of history. They know the history. They know it really wasn't their problem either. What we're here today for is to ask the council to please give direction to staff, and especially legal, to find out where the buck stops on this thing and get it done. Because if we don't, we did, you know, all the lakes are high this year. You know, we've great recharge, everything's looking good. We didn't have any hurricanes this year to bless us. Had we had a storm event of 5, 6, 7, 8 inches of water, or say another Fay that dropped 22 inches of water, that whole area would have flooded. And if that whole area floods, guess who's going to catch the heck for it? And that's why we're asking y'all, let's solve the problem ahead of time and try to get ahead of it before the hurricanes come this next summer. The lake has definitely changed. I've lived out there for 26, 27 years, and what we've seen in the last 3 or 4 years, it's really kind of sad how we're seeing the fishing. Everything's declining because it's not getting that fresh water flow through there like it used to. And when we get storm runoff, you know, Kepler Road, we are the drainage pond for Kepler Road. You know, that doesn't really happen anywhere in our planning, but that's an old road, so that's where the water goes. So we're catching all that. We're catching all the lawn fertilizers. We're catching everything else going into that lake. It used to flush, it doesn't anymore. So anyway, that's what we got. I'll yield my time to anybody else, but we would like to seek something from council to help get the problem solved. Thank you.
Thank you, Gerald. I'll give your last minute to Ben Johnson.
You know, there's definitely, we're hearing a problem, and we have a lot of people out there who are interested in it. Probably one of the best ways to do it. It is a problem because it is a state responsibility. In the past, the county has always done the work under contract with the state. What I would recommend is, takes us to bust at the state and get after them, but we need all of you citizens out there who have a vested interest in this to send letters, phone calls to all your state representatives in this area and any other elected state official, and kind of put them on notice all the way around. One person says something, but when you send it to all the rest of the local representatives, especially where you have more people, and Department of Agriculture, the governor, who else you may be there, we may start get some movement on this thing. And if we can get the state's help, we can help you, but we need their help. We can't just arbitrarily start taking over canals. One thing is we can run into problems with the state doing it. Number two is we just don't have the budget once we take these over to take over the next one and the next one and the next one. We need to start putting some of this back in the hands of the people that handed us the problem, and that's the state. We can help them, we will help them, we will help you, do everything we can to help you, but we need y'all to help us with the horsepower on the ground to let them know, your other elected officials to know that y'all are interested and it's not going away.
Thank you. And this is unusual that we have a conversation during public participation, but it's important. I think I first met with Mr. Green, Mr. Otto in February of this year. The Representative Fedorov has been brought in. Y'all have done a good job at writing letters and emails, but Ben is right. You need to continue. And I just a quick update. Several months ago, after our conversations, I went to the county manager and the person who is now the division director for Public Works, and they're more than willing to clear that lake, but it has to be under contract with the state of Florida, and we have offered that. I have offered that to Representative Fedorov in an email from including George and other staff members. This morning, I was going to save this to last, but yesterday I got a call from Representative Fedorov's office, and then the same thing this morning, and it sounds like they're in session now in Tallahassee. It sounds like she's made some progress. They left a phone message sometime during the night last night and asked me to call them today, so I will do that and I'll update you, but the indication was that they're making progress, that the state will work with the county. The county has already offered and agreed to, so we hear you. I've seen the rising water on your properties. George, is it Gamitra? And then last will be Paul Gerzak. I know I'm killing these two names, so you can correct me when you get up here. Gamitro.
Hello, I'm George Gamitro. I live on 1795 Neighbors Drive on the South Lake Talmadge over on Minnesota. And I just wanted to give you my perspective. I'm a retired air traffic controller, and I spent 30 years basically pushing 10 and separating the traffic above our heads. And the FAA has trained us when we ever have an accident or an operational error to dissect everything that's about to happen. And I notice it's never just one thing that causes an accident, it's a chain of events. And I think today is something that y'all can break this chain of events, because as we heard about this morning, you get all these variables happen, different seasons, different rainy seasons, different hurricanes, and there is an imminent situation could happen at any time during the next few years. And I would give you a perspective. I bought my property in 2004 and just land. And Hurricane Charlie came, and I looked at my property and I said, oh my goodness, what did I just buy? But I came back next week and all the property, it just drained. It was gone. And I said, well, I can do this. I like wildlife, I like the lake. I did my due diligence to got 100 loads of dirt built up a foot and a half above the 100-year flood, and we're out there. And then Hurricane Tropical Storm Faye came, and I'm going to get back to that. But once it did, it finished the event. It drained. Irma, same thing. Matthew, it drained. So basically, the last 15, 16 years I've been out there, I had to put up with some soggy areas and stuff like that. But the last couple of years, something happened, something changed. And the people on North Lake knew it before I did, but we sort of got together. And I'm just thinking, if you take Tropical Storm Faye, I remember walking that property, the rainy season started in June. And every day we got about a half inch, an inch, but it would drain and it would be soggy by my dock. But then Faye happened in August, and I was on an island in my house. We're on the dock, actually on my canoe, and it drained. But if you have an event like that now, where we have in September have what we have out there the last month or so, and you put a Faye on top of that, forget about it. Kepler's going to be underwater. Minnesota's going to be underwater. The septic areas, Charles, are going to have a lot more people than just the people on the lake involved. And we can break that event. And so I'm just hoping y'all can get some action.
Paul?
Hi, I'm Paul Gerchek. I live at 2339 Lake Talmadge Drive, and I'm here to tell the council respectfully what I've seen over this past year. I didn't do all the research and watch all the water flow and all that, but I do know the lake is in a big decline right now. And I spent a lot of time on this lake, almost 20 years, and my kids grew up on the lake fishing. We're all over this lake. We know every hole in the lake, the pressure, the whole chain, because we fish very often. And it's getting a lot of weeds, and there's no flow. And I watch my neighbors, and I kind of feel sad because they're down mowing their grass, and the water's up. Well, by the way, all the docks are underwater, and the docks are being destroyed. They're rotting out. And when they go to mow their grass, their lawnmower, they're getting stuck. We used to be solid ground where there's this baby seawall. And I'm just here to support that. And I don't live directly on the lake, but it still affects me. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Ronald Scott, as we're moving into a different subject matter.
Yes, my name is Ronald Scott. I live at 506 Heron Point Way in DeLand. I've been a resident of DeLand for over 50 years. I have 28 years invested with Volusia County Sheriff's Department. I retired under Ben Johnson. What my problem is records. I'd like to read a short synopsis of what happened. 28 years as deputy sheriff with Volusia County. I retired in 2003 under Sheriff Ben Johnson. While working as a deputy under Ed Duff, I received my bachelor's and master's degree in criminal justice from Rollins College with honors. Next, I worked under Robert Vogel, along with the county council member Alice Seichler, saved a man in a fire from Orange City. Under Sheriff Vogel, I was awarded the Medal of Valor and numerous state and police firefighters awards. I was also awarded the Medal of Merit. A day was named after me by the county council. I also, my records, everything was put in my records, and they were to be sealed after, when I retired for 25 years. Nothing was to be entered in or nothing taken out. I had the highest education and awards at the time at Volusia County Sheriff's Department. In 2016, I attempted to run for sheriff. I found my files contained nothing but a wrecked car under Sheriff Vogel. I asked Sheriff Johnson to place the education awards in my file. He stated my education awards did not exist. The education in this county was a waste of time. In 2017, I went before the county council about my files. Dr. Kelly, 2 weeks later, had my education put in the files, which I found out by an attorney that was in charge of the files that was against the law. Sheriff Chitwood's office advised in a letter that my education had nothing to do with the job. They believed it was received in 2017. Mine was down in 1980. Right. The county manager's office secretary said, leave it alone, most of the good old boys have retired. To work under the sheriff's department and find out all awards, education, and that were stolen from you, great distrust. The Sheriff Chitwood stated that it's a great institution, one that I'll never trust, because of 6 years of trying to straighten out my files and stopping me from running for sheriff. I'm requesting the Attorney General's office investigate Volusia County Sheriff's Office. Mine are not the only files that are bad. That's all I've got to say about it. I don't know if the county can do any good as far as straightening out any of this. All I've been running into is stonewall and saying nothing can be added, nothing can be taken out. And leaves me with that. But thanks for listening.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
we don't normally comment, but I'd like to ask him a question if possible. I'm sorry, what's your first name again? I'm right here, sir. I know it's hard to tell who's talking.
Yes, I met you last time. I was
Okay.
here several years ago
Okay.
with over the same subject. That's when Dr. Kelly put my files in there 2 weeks later,
Okay.
my education.
I was just curious if you had all of your information, your awards and all of that. If
Yes.
you have all of that information.
Yes.
It's just
I
getting it in
have
it?
photos, I have the awards, I have newspapers, and I have Channel 9 News,
Okay.
where I was on there, and the council was giving me the awards, and
Okay. I was just wondering if you had all that information?
oh
'Cause
yes, I do.
I can tell you the same exact thing happened to me. My records disappeared as well, but I have them.
But
so.
I have every record and
We'll talk.
that there is. Okay, thank you.
Ben Johnson.
When I took over sheriff, Mr. Scott came to us in reference to this problem, correct? You came to this with this problem, and we did research your files, and we know that things weren't there. Why? I don't know. But that was readily admitted, because I knew you had gotten those awards.
Do you remember?
I made numerous requests. We made numerous requests for you. We said, we can't find them. We don't know what happened to them. But we asked you, you said you had them. We asked you to produce them, and we'd be happy to put them back in file. Is that not correct?
No, sir.
Yes, it is correct.
Correct.
We asked you to get those files to us, and we would replace them in your file, and you never, ever would produce them In fact, it went all through the county stuff. We didn't produce them, so we couldn't put them back in, but we were willing to, because I know that you did have that award. I know that you did have that education, and it wasn't in your file. What happened to them before I got there, I don't know, but we were willing to put them back in, and you would never give them to us.
Do you remember, sir, when I asked you, is it because you had a bachelor's degree and I had a master's degree, why it wasn't in there? And you advised me education means nothing in this county.
Ronald, why don't
Mr.
we,
Scott, that is a lie.
Well, you audited the county council.
Mr. Scott, we will take this up with you. I won't let it drop.
Appreciate it. I'm trying, I don't
Understand.
believe I need to sue the county. I'm going by what attorneys have
Okay.
advised me what to do first. I do not want to enter a lawsuit, but I'd like to get everything straightened out. How do you
Okay.
tell your kids and your grandkids and everything else, don't bother getting an education for Volusia County?
Thank you.
Yep.
Kelly McBurney.
Good afternoon. My name is Kelly McBurney. I live at 289 South Janice Lane in Ormond Beach. It's actually county property. I've lived there since 2005. The county put a retention pond on the property next to me. And when they did that, they came 13 and a half feet onto my property. And we came to an arrangement, an agreement, which was mutually satisfying to both of us. I wouldn't make them move anything, and I got to use the county property, you know, for my purposes. I recently built a shed, and it's too close to the property line. Now I need a variance for the setback. I don't have the money to pay for the fees, so I'm asking today for a waiver of the fees for the variance. I have applied for disability. I have been unemployed for 6 months. It's very hard for me to stand anymore. So that's the gist of why I'm here.
I will get this to the appropriate staff person, and we'll contact you and work with you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Paul Richardson.
Morning, County Council. My name is Paul Richardson. I am 927 East University Ave, Glen. Thank you for listening to me. As you know, I've come up here several times regarding several national issues, not just local issues, but then everything that happens nationally sometimes rolls downhill to us because we are part of a nation. So one of the biggest things, like I said, that I am on about is about inflation, and it is becoming difficult. I mean, this is hardly worth anything nowadays. Dollar bill. We went from the dollar store tree to a $1.25 store tree, which is silly. And of course, politicians and media alike have been going on about transitory inflation, and now inflation is good for us, and we're going to spend all this more money. And while Republicans say that they want to spend less money and print less money, they also agreed to the infrastructure bill, which was vast and is also adding to our inflation right now. So while I am not a single issue voter, I would like to see anyone on a national level, even a local level, say, hey, we need a monetary policy that restores faith in our dollar. Because right now, people are abandoning the dollar and going to imaginary, pixie dust called Bitcoin and all these other kinds of silly cryptocurrency. While I am not saying we should ban cryptocurrency, but at the same time, we should say this should be our only currency. Because if we allow Bitcoin as a currency, we're going to be allowing companies to say, hey, you can only buy from our cryptocurrency, which is, I think, coming down the line, especially with the tech industry. I know this, of course, the holidays, and I want to speak on one other matter. 165 soldiers of the Florida National Guard of the 53rd Infantry Brigade Combat Team is in Ukraine right now. And currently, Russia is massing soldiers, their own soldiers, on the border of Ukraine. And they could potentially be put in danger. So I'm asking the president to bring these people out of Ukraine before that happens. And before I'm done, my 3 minutes is up. I want to say thank you all for listening to me this year. I know I'm some crazy kook guy who comes in spouting some stuff off, and I do appreciate you guys listening to me. I've offered some ideas for county-wise, and I hope you take them, like the 4th of July thing. But thank you. I hope you have a Merry Christmas, and I'll see you next year. And a Happy New Year.
Thank you. And Paul, if you saw me smiling when you talked, it's not because it wasn't directed at you, it's because somebody in the audience here, we just had that discussion about Bitcoin and the dollar. Benjamin Collins.
Good morning, thank you. I'm Reverend Ben Collins. I live in DeLand, Florida. I'm the founder and pastor of Collective United Methodist Church, a board member and past president of the Main Street DeLand Association, and I'm here representing Faith. First, we want to thank members of the council, Donna Butler, and the Community Services Department, and everyone that made last week's Housing Summit possible. Faith had 3 representatives attend, and it was inspiring to see so many leaders in the community come together to confront this most critical issue and to begin talking with solutions in mind. It's clear that there's a mutual understanding between our community government, private sector, and our lack of workforce housing being untenable, that we all have to partner together to create housing opportunities throughout the county. Faith has been saying and believes more than ever that a crucial first step in our effort to combat this problem is the creation of a county-wide housing trust fund. And we know now that we're not the only ones. At the summit last week, in a poll that was conducted during the Bridging the Gap breakout session, the Housing Trust Fund was overwhelmingly selected by summit participants as a priority for our county. Housing trust funds are successful because they work to empower the private sector to meet this public need. They're flexible and their priorities are able to be set here locally by us, not by bureaucrats in Tallahassee or DC. According to the school district, and this is important to me, I have a 7 and 10-year-old, there are 3,542 housing insecure students in Volusia County. 19,000 children in our county are in poverty. I was going to say the time to act is now, but it was actually years ago. Faith has worked with Mark Watts of Cobb Cole and Michael Anderson of the Housing Trust Fund Project to draft an ordinance which could create a county-wide housing trust fund, kickstart it with $2.5 million from the American Rescue Plan, and at least $1 million annually. We understand that Councilmember Post is going to bring this up a little later in the meeting. We hope that the ordinance can be put on the agenda and discussed at the next county council meeting so that we can begin 2022 taking definitive action on this problem about which we all agree. Thank you.
Keith Jester.
Keith Chester, and I live in DeLand. I am here today to once again ask for equal representation for all of Volusia County's citizens, and that all of Volusia County's business be conducted out in public. Recently, it was brought out that the developers of Farmton held a fancy barbecue, and many of our elected representatives were invited and several attended. There was a public notice issued by county staff, however, the names of who would be in attendance was not included. One must ask, why would the developers do this? What do they have to gain from hobnobbing with our elected representatives? We all know how the game is played, and we all have seen it at every level of government, and I am sure many of you have complained about it. We need and deserve a county government that operates 100% in the open, and that includes the members of the county council, county boards, and the county's employees. We need equal access to and representation from our county's government. As for eco-transparency, in my opinion, members of the county council, eco board, and eco staff should not be doing personal and non-transparent site visits on their own and communicating with potential applicants. There should be a grant guidebook, and the grants should be completed in accordance to the rules. Eco staff and the eco board members should visit the sites together, public invited as well, and grants should be graded as presented and without prejudice one way or the other. Council members should not be involved in the process until the grants are presented to them in a public forum. I have proof of behind-the-scenes communications with board members and potential grant recipients. This does not allow for an open, equal, and transparent grant process. This county government needs a strategic plan. Doing so much in a fragmented way and adding new tax on top of new tax with no strategic plan is most detrimental to the poor, working class, and our overall quality of life here. Speaking of the poor and the working class, this county government body has taken it upon itself to take charge of its citizens' charitable giving decisions. If you want to really help the working class and poor, you will stop doing this, and you will take this county government back to its core responsibilities. Taking by force and with the threat of loss of one's home or property in order to give to another is wrong and can be detrimental to the person you are taking from. In closing, it is no secret that many of Volusia's citizens feel as if many of their past and present elected representatives are sellouts to developers, the well-connected, and the county's oligarchs, and rightfully so. So council members attending a developer-funded barbecue should not be triggered when called out for being in attendance. With that said, I would request that all governmental representatives who were present at the aforementioned barbecue kindly disclose the same. Thank you for your service and time.
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. I have a whole list of things I want to talk about, but at the last meeting, I was a bit upset by that same gentleman and the recording. I'm not completely happy with what he said again today. I made no secret that I like this council. I like the ability that you guys are active, that you guys go out and you know what you're talking about. The idea that you should be blind until the very last second, and then you only discuss it and you only understand it at the very last second, does not make sense to me. So I have to cordially disagree with that gentleman. Two, it was the most logical thing in the world that we always announce when our public officials are going to be in the same room at the same time. That was done. I don't ever recall having it said this one, that one, or some other was going to go. They just say there are one or more politicians, and that's all we have to do. So you did that. So I would just hope that you all realize that not everybody feels this way, but it has to be said publicly that you guys are doing nothing wrong, and it does not get out that there's a possibility that there's something wrong. Secondly, there are three things on your agenda I want to quickly mention. X1, Daytona Lagoon. I don't know who controls the signage around it and the landscaping, but it's on your agenda. I would ask that those signs be either repaired or taken down, and that the landscaping be maintained. Two, Jay, you have a lien, you have a house, $170,000. At Daytona Beach, if you live there 5 years or 10 years or whatever, they get free money. $250,000, $170,000, that's real money. So I'm asking you in the future that we place silent liens. So when that house is transferred or sold, that money comes back into the fund to help other people get a leg up. It's not a gift to a single individual or house. Opioid epidemic, hopefully that they're going to give us some information on that. It doesn't say much in the agenda. And lastly, I don't have enough time, I'll tell you at the end of the meeting, but I'll tell you as much as possible. There is a big project, an Amazon distribution center going in the city of Daytona Beach. As I had mentioned years ago with my city, it never went anywhere. There was a need to look at LPGA, widening LPGA and repairing a bridge. They said it was not needed. There would be no homes in Margaritaville. There would be no this, that, or the other stuff. They were wrong, all right? Several times, thank you, Wheeler, for the roundabout. Thank you for the LPGA. But I'm asking you to look at the county roads around this project. There are 7 projects in the same area. 7. I'll talk to you more later. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and that's the end of our public participation for this morning, unless Carissa has anything else holding over there. So we'll move to item 1, the consent agenda. Did any council member have an item from this lengthy list that they would like to pull for discussion or a vote? Heather Post.
I do. I'd like to pull, let's see, R. Romeo for an actual vote, and then J. Juliet and V. Victor only for discussion.
J. Julia, V. Victor, and which one did you want for a vote?
R.
I didn't.
Romeo?
R. Romeo. Anyone else? Okay.
Sorry, and V. I said V. Victor, right?
You did.
Okay, yeah.
All right. You want to talk about J first?
Sure. Carmen, I see you back there. If you could come up. This is a residence that we had many discussions over, and very glad to see it coming to fruition. John Nicholson just mentioned something about this type of transaction, so I just wanted you, if you could stress the fact that there is a lien that's actually put on, and so it is not perpetually free money.
Correct. Carmen Hall, Community Assistance Director. So our homeowner rehabilitation program, whenever we provide assistance, we do place a mortgage, deed, and note on the property. No. There are 2 versions. One is a 0% no payment, if dependent on the income level of the house, of the homeowner, sorry. Now, if they are at a higher level income, they could have a 0% interest repayment plan based on their ability to repay. So it depends on each household's unique situation, but we do place a mortgage, deed, and note on the home.
Okay. And I just wanted to point out on this one, this is a veteran who's in very late in age now, but seeing the state of their home, they had neighbors helping them for years. They had everybody coming in and the community pulling together and raising money and doing all kinds of things. But at some point, you know, there's only so much you can do when the walls and the roof are not actually functioning well. I want to thank the Community Services Division for stepping in and taking care of this. Great job.
Thank you.
And it was a long process.
Yes.
Thank you, Carmen. And V.
And V. Victor, Mike, or Paulo, I guess?
Yeah.
If you could just go over this. I didn't want this to go by. This is a wonderful thing. The fact that we're getting monies to address the opioid issue in our community.
Thank you, Ms. Post. Paulo Soria, Senior Assistant County Attorney. This is on consent agenda item V. This is part of the opioid settlement agreement that this council passed a resolution in June approving the state plan. And as a county with over 300,000 people, we can be a qualified county. And that means that we have control over what's called the regional funds from the settlement agreement. So that's direct local control of, you know, a substantial large amount of money that we have to use towards opioid abatement and substance abuse treatment. So this and the previous item, the interlocal agreement, are part of becoming a qualified county. So what this is just kind of a proposed abatement plan that we would like to have in place. It is a working document that is going to be refined through input from our fellow local government municipal partners, as well as for some evidence based of, you know, what exactly our needs specifically are here in the county to address the opioid epidemic. So this is just kind of the base plan of what we can use those funds for, very large categories that are going to be narrowed down and more focused on what programs and services that council will ultimately approve and budget that would help the opioid epidemic here in Volusia County.
Thank you. And for the public, if the public gets the opportunity to look at V. Victor and the documents that are attached, or the pages, I guess, that we have, I think it would behoove you to look at it. The county is doing a very good job at really looking at and addressing where can we go from here with the opioid issue. And you know, this specific agenda item talks about us actually creating, and I hate to say creating a committee, but creating a small task force
Yes.
of people within the county who are ready to tackle this issue and to maybe look at it from a different perspective. And I think that's some good momentum. So certainly if we are awaiting some monies, this is a prime opportunity to do that. So I just wanted to thank staff for all of that work, and I'm looking forward to seeing what comes to fruition for sure.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no other comments on any of the other items, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda excluding item R, which we will take up after this vote for a vote on that separately.
Move approval. Post.
Motion by Post, second by Wheeler to accept and approve the consent agenda. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0, and now we will take up letter R on the consent agenda. Heather Post.
Hi, Clay. So Clay, since we're going to be looking at this, if you could just basically give us an overview.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Browns Landing is a planned unit development that was approved in 1998. It spans both on the north side and south side of Taylor Road. The north side has been under development for several months, actually almost a year or so. The subject property is on the south side. They've gone through to ensure that the final plat is consistent with the preliminary plat and the overall development plan that was previously submitted, starting back in 2007, 2008. So what you're seeing is that this project was basically put on hold due to the economy and everything else over the past several years, and so now it's coming to fruition, and it's going to be consistent with the original PUD that was approved, and it complies with all of our minimum standards in regards to roadways, etc. Utilities are provided by the city of Port Orange, and so it's here forward for the final approval of the final plat.
And if you could go over some of the PLDRC findings, or?
This does not go to the PLDRC. This is an administrative action that's reviewed through the Development Review Committee.
The Development Review Committee, then?
Right,
Yeah.
right. The Development Review Committee went through the staff comments. There were some concerns in regards to the lot numbering that's in place because it's inconsistent with the approved PUD. That normally that's not a significant issue, but there's specific setbacks required based on the lot numbering in the PUD, and that has to translate to the final plat. So either the final plat has to change or they have to do an amendment to the PUD. The other aspect pertains to an access easement that was placed over several of the lots in order for them to provide for pedestrian access to areas adjacent to Spruce Creek. The applicant seeks to have that removed so they can utilize other areas for open space requirements.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Since you brought it up, did you want to make a motion to approve or not approve?
Well, I was going to make, I'm not going to approve it, but.
Okay. Bill Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I make a motion that we approve this with the recommended conditions.
Second.
Motion to approve R by Wheeler, second by Lowry. And I know when this came up in the in our agenda meeting, I put a couple questions on it, but it was really different than what Heather has brought up. Mine was, why can't we do this more often? As far when I read that the development was building the roads at their expense, which is not unusual, but then what normally happens is that the developer gives you those roads to maintain for the rest of eternity. and it becomes part of the maintenance bill that we struggle to keep up with as far as improving our roads and keeping them in good operating condition. And so I asked Clay, why can't we do this all the time? If a developer chooses to build here, build the roads and maintain the roads, and it turns out normally when that happens, it's a gated community, and there was no indication this was, but I understand that is the case, correct? It's a gated community, so that's normal. But we have a motion on the floor. Any other discussion? Motion on the floor to approve our, with the suggestions and recommendations from staff. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed, yes.
And the motion carries 6-1 on R. And that takes care of quite a few pages. That brings us to item 2, confirmation of Marcus McDonough to the position of Mosquito Control Division Director. And it looks like you are going to start, Mr. Captain.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mr. Chair, honorable members of council and staff. Kevin Captain, Community Information Director. Agenda item number 2 is the confirmation of appointment of Marcus McDonough to the position of Mosquito Control Division Director. County Manager George Rechtenwald will provide you with Mr. McDonough's background. George?
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. Good morning, Mr. Chair, honorable council. I just want to start off with the next 2 items. This one and the next one represent the continual change that is going on within the organization's leadership. And as we add someone from outside the organization, and we're going to promote someone from within the organization. So it's with my great pleasure to present Marcus McDonough to you for confirmation as the new director for mosquito control. Marcus has 15 years experience in mosquito and pest management and surveillance. He's been serving as a lieutenant in the U.S. Navy as an entomologist. He's worked extensively reviewing integrated pest management plans for the Department of Defense. He's worked with foreign governments and sharing best practices in public health and pest management, as well as being heavily involved in academia, teaching those best practices and collaborating with universities and industries with exploring new management products and systems for use. Prior to his work with the Navy, he also worked as a nursery inspector and compliance officer for the Indiana Department of Natural Resources, where he also provided technical assistance and training in the control of ornamental, urban, and vector pests. He has a bachelor's degree and a master's degree in entomology from Purdue University. He's a certified training specialist with the Department of Defense. I also want to add that while he was in the area in Jacksonville serving, he did some work with the Anastasia Mosquito Control District, which is a very highly regarded district within the state of Florida. And he also did work in some of the neighboring counties around Jacksonville. So it's with my great pleasure to present him for confirmation.
We have 2 members of the council that have remarks. I'm just going to ask them quickly if you would like to hear from the candidate first, or okay, you have the floor.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, County Council. I just want to thank you for the opportunity, for this great opportunity to take over the Mosquito Control District. It's very important, not only from a public health perspective, but also just the quality of life. Nobody likes being outside, being bit by mosquitoes when they're trying to enjoy the sunshine that Florida provides. I'm very excited. I met with several of the staff yesterday, and seemed absolutely wonderful. And I'm ready to get started and work with that great staff to continue the great work that they do for this county. Thank you.
Thank you. Any opposed? Just remain there.
So welcome, Mr. McDonough. We're very, very glad to have you. I can tell you that I've toured and talked to the Mosquito Control Division and their personnel quite a bit, and it is amazing to me just the wide breadth that division actually accomplishes and is in charge of. It's, you know, a lot of people say, why are we spending money on mosquito control? And they think that it's just the spraying. But there's so much more that your division does. And I've actually talked with staff. I've asked them if perhaps in a future, we'll let you get in, we'll let you get settled. But, and certainly you have some capable people that can come and do the presentation for you. But I would love to have your division come back and actually speak to us and provide a little bit of overview for the public as to really the deep dive of what your division does, because I think it's very valuable, and we have a lot of partnerships through it as well, and it certainly is part of our quality of life. So I'm excited to see where you take it, and welcome to Volusia County.
Thank you, ma'am, and we'd be happy to come back and provide the council with an overview of what we do.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to say welcome. What an impressive and extensive resume you have, and I look forward to learning from you how to tame those beasts in my backyard.
Bats.
So,
get rid of your tires.
So I do appreciate you and look forward to learning and growing with you throughout the county, because it is a critical issue. People make little of it, but I'm certainly one of those people who really suffer from it. Actually spent a week in the hospital from a mosquito bite. So I'm one of those that certainly can look forward to learning from you and trying to understand better how to manage that problem. So thank you.
Thank you. And we do have some great educational information for the community, what homeowners can do around their home, so we'll be happy to share. I believe it's available, some of that information on the website as well.
And with that, I'd like to move us forward for approval.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Post, second by Wheeler. Is that what you were waiting for to approve? Okay.
Oh, I thought it was just this.
So you've had multiple motions to approve, second by Wheeler. If there's no other discussion, I'll call for the vote to approve this appointment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And 7-0, welcome to Volusia County.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair.
Kevin, he does not have a pen. I'm sorry.
Get him?
I did not see that on his lapel. Sorry.
Is it a pen or a magnet?
Sir, if it's at your pleasure, we'll do the next
Item 3.
confirmation and then stop for some photographs.
Okay.
So, good morning, Mr. Chair, again, and honorable members of council. Kevin Captain, Community Information Director. Agenda item number 3 is the confirmation of appointment of Arden Fontaine to the position of Public Works Deputy Director. County Manager George Rechtenwald will provide you with Mr. Fontaine's background. George?
Again, thank you, Kevin, and this really is with my extreme pleasure to present Arden Fontaine to you for confirmation as Deputy Director of the Department of Public Works. Arden has been with the county for 20 years. Before that, he worked in Lake County, GIS department. He was hired really to bring us into the GIS age here in Volusia County. He was brought in 2001 as a GIS specialist in Public Works. He really is the father of our really award-winning data management program, asset management program. He has been able to tie all of our assets throughout the county and map it in GIS and be able to pull it up on the screen and look at it, and just the amount of record keeping and work that has been so valuable. From that, he actually also automated the process that we use to get FEMA reimbursement. As you know, a lot of what happens in our expenses and after a disaster go through Public Works, especially with debris, but also repairs and maintenance. That work has to be meticulously documented, and he worked very hard to make sure that that can be done in an automated fashion, which saves literally thousands of man hours of paperwork being able to put that together. He's also got experience as he's filled in at various times at the Coastal Division when we were between people. He handles HR issues throughout the department, and I can tell you from personal experience, he spends many a late night up on the 4th floor. You'll see a light up there, and that's Arden, and I want to thank his wife who's in there who has had to endure that, but you're not going to find anyone that outworks Arden Fontaine. He has a bachelor's degree in applied mathematics from the University of Connecticut and a master's degree in geography from the University of Memphis. I always say he's a mean man with a map. So, and I'm very happy to bring him here today for confirmation.
Mr. Fontaine, go ahead and speak, I think.
Good morning, Chair Brower and council members. First, I'd like to express my appreciation for this opportunity. I'd like to thank Public Works Director Ben Bartlett, Mr. Rechterwald, and Ms. Conchin for this opportunity. And of course, I couldn't do any of this without my wife, Wendy, 25 years. In my 20 years in Public Works, I've had the opportunity to implement different kinds of technologies that support operations. The asset and work order management George spoke of is probably the biggest, most impactful thing. You know, we can tell you the last time we graded a road or maintained a signal. We can tell you where the nearest valve is to shut off water when there's a water main break, and we can tell you how much it costs to do that. And the next time those features will be maintained. So it's something real proud of. However, in the end, technology only takes you so far. It's the people. Public Works has the most outstanding, hardworking, and dedicated staff that I've ever had the opportunity to work with, and I'm proud to be one of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather Post.
Mr. Fontaine, welcome. You've already been here, but welcome to your new position. I kept hearing a lot about the technology and ops and the fact that you've really worked during your tenure to move us forward. And I always like to hear that we are moving into 2021, certainly. So I thank you for your work in that. I can tell you I've heard very good things about you, especially that you give 110%. And his wife is nodding, yes. And I have every confidence in the collaboration that you're going to have with this new team. And certainly every confidence in Ben. If he's your chosen person, then we're good to go. So congratulations and welcome. Yeah.
Billy Wheeler.
Thank you. I was just going to make the motion to approve the confirmation of appointment of Arden Fontaine to the position of Public Works Department Deputy Director.
Second.
Second was Johnson. Second by Ben Johnson. No other discussion? Heather, your light is still on.
There you go.
But you were done. All in, are you ready? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Welcome to Volusia County by a 7-0 unanimous vote.
We could gather for a picture.
Okay, we're going to take a moment for pictures here.
Yeah, I do need a hand up here. Not as steady as I used to be. Okay, ready. time. Thank you.
Stay up there, stay up there.
Okay,
We'll
stay.
switch up. Arvin, you wanna come up? Do you wanna stay in the garden?
Oh, it's a good idea. Okay, ready. One more. Good, thank you. All right, I'm down. Congratulations.
Everybody.
Now you can stay in Volusia County. That's good.
That will bring us to item 4, ratification of the collective bargaining agreement with the bargaining agent for beach safety specialists, senior lifeguards, and lifeguard supervisors for fiscal year 2021 through 23. Dana?
Good morning, Chairman Brower.
Good morning.
Council members, staff. Dana Page Pender, Human Resources. I'm here today with representatives from the IUPA Beach Safety Collective Bargaining Team, as well as members of your county bargaining team. These teams have worked hard over the last several months to come to agreement on a renewal of the contract for the hardworking beach safety specialists, senior lifeguards, and lifeguard supervisors. We're requesting approval of the collective bargaining agreement between IUPA and the County of Volusia. Highlights of this renewal include change in the titles of some of the classifications, as well as pay increases equal to the general pay increases, and a retention bonus in exchange for a 2-year commitment. At this time, I will turn it over to our Director of Beach Safety, Chief Etheridge.
Good morning, Andy Etheridge, Beach Safety. I'm very happy to be here today to talk about this contract. A lot of hard work has gone into reaching this agreement, and I want to thank Sergeant Ben Wetstein and his team for all of their efforts, as well as Dana and her staff and the entire county management leadership team for their efforts as well. Over the last 20 months, we've had to replace 16 of our 41 beach officers and 4 of our 11 beach safety specialists. And that's a lot of people to put through training, and that's put a tremendous staff on my training staff as well as my existing staff who have really stepped up to fill the gap and make sure that the mission is carried forward and that there was very little disruption in service. So I want to take a moment to thank them for their efforts as well. In a time when many law enforcement agencies across the nation are struggling to fill their ranks, I'm happy to stand here today and tell you that it looks like going into the summer season, all of our full-time positions will be fully staffed. I think this contract is going to go a long way in helping me maintain that status. So I want to thank you all for your thoughtful consideration in this. With that, Sergeant Wetstein.
Good morning, Council. I'm VW President Ben Wetstein, a Boloco 6039 Sergeant with Volusia County Beach Safety Ocean Rescue. I'd like to start by thanking the county bargaining team and Chief Etheridge coming together on this arduous bargaining and structuring of a fair contract. And I'd like to extend a personal thank you to VW Vice President Brian Dean, whose exhausting legwork behind the scenes made this possible. This contract passed overwhelmingly with 94% of the employee vote with only 3 no's. It's not often and not too many that get to have a career saving lives to the extent that we do in beach safety. I'm proud to be part of an agency that has such a profound impact on the residents and visitors of Volusia County. Countless times the members of Beach Safety are part of life-saving efforts that garner lifelong gratitude from the victims, their families, and their loved ones. Often these are rescues that would be career highlights in other agencies, but among the elite workforce I work with, we perform these rescues so often that they are a norm. And though often unlauded, it is no less impressive or impactful. I'd like to thank the Council for recognizing not only the value, but the necessity for funding our department. Personally, it's provided me a rewarding, fulfilling career I've been part of for 24 years. I feel this contract is a solid foundation for us and our future replacements to build upon. Myself and the union look forward to working with Chief Etheridge to fulfill his vision for our world-class agency coming to fruition, ensuring opportunities for a fulfilling, rewarding, heroic career in life-saving on the beaches of Volusia County. Humbly yours in life-saving. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather Post?
I see 5 of you in here. I just want to thank each of you for what you do, for sure. And I'm glad that you pointed out that daily, we receive those reports from Kevin Captain, or actually from you guys, from Tamarin. We receive those reports that say every day how many rescues you guys make and how many life saves you guys make. And it is a repetitive thing. And so I'm glad that you pointed that out. But certainly always happy to see that we have come to an agreement, and I'll move approval of this agreement.
Second.
Motion to approve by Post, second by Barb Gertman. Did you have a comment as well?
I do. I just want to say that you can see across our county we're evolving, right? So many changes in staff, so many needs to protect and for safety. And I'm just really pleased to see this agreement come together, but also to know the heart and commitment of the staff to get it done and to be there for your community. So I just want to say thank you, because it means a lot, especially through these times. It really means a lot. So thank you.
I'm curious about the vote. You said there was only 4 votes against it? 3 votes against it. Was the vote sealed, confidential, or was it?
It was a confidential, but it was tallied, and we had the results. There were 3 no's that showed up.
Good.
Everybody that voted.
I was just interested in now. I know, don't read any comment into that. Here's my comment. My last year on the beach, there was a work stoppage and a vote to become unionized. Nobody wanted the lifeguards at that time. The next year, they did form a union, and I don't believe there's ever been a work stoppage since then, and that's really good, because if you need lifeguards on the towers. I think when I left, I was at the top of the pay scale that I could make as a captain of the Zone 1 Central Station at $4.10 an hour. It's cheaper to live then, but the lifeguard corps was the best in the world then, and it still is today. And so I just commend you for keeping the quality and the honor. It's a great place to work. It's fun. It's a wonderful view, and it's hard. And you never know when that hard is going to come. So you have to be ready. So thank you for what you do. And with that, if there's no other comments, I'll call for the vote. All in favor of approving the contract, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Congratulations. And that brings us to item 5 with public announcement of the Doris Lieber Spruce Creek Preserve Management Plan Advisory Group Public Meeting and Hearing. Brad?
Yes, sir. So good morning, council members. Brad Burball, Resource Stewardship Director. Here to make a public announcement related to the Doris Lieber Spruce Creek Preserve, which is largely state-owned but managed by our Volusia County team. So state statute requires that we review and update our management plan every 10 years. As such, at your November meeting, you appointed an ad hoc management plan advisory group, and I'm required by state statute to make this public announcement that we'll have 2 meetings. The public will have an opportunity for input on Monday, January 31st at 5 o'clock in council chambers. There'll be a public hearing associated with that meeting. Our team will get input from the public on our management plan and the parameters that we report to the state. And we'll also have a Q&A with the public about any questions or answers that they have about the Doris Lieber Spruce Creek Preserve. That management plan advisory group will come back on Wednesday and consider the public's comments and make a recommendation to make updates to the management plan that we bring back to the council for their blessing and forward to the state for their approval.
With that, Billy Wheeler.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to approve the public announcement of the Doris Laborer Spruce Creek Preserve Management Plan Advisory Group public meetings and hearing.
Second.
Motion to approve by Wheeler, second by Lowry. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And it is approved 7-0. Thank you very much. That brings us to item 6. This will be interesting. Back to the beach with the International Speedway Boulevard beach ramp and Silver Beach Avenue beach ramp improvement project updates. Jessica.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you. Honorable Council. Jessica Wintour with Volusia County's Coastal Division. This morning we just wanted to run past the council and receive feedback on some proposed improvements we have for the International Speedway Boulevard beach ramp, as well as the Silver Beach beach ramp. As you are familiar, International Speedway Boulevard beach ramp does provide our highest volume of daily beach passes, which means they are usually not your residents that are coming onto the beach there. Silver Beach is a close follow-up. Usually if International Speedway Boulevard shuts down due to capacity, Silver Beach is a very high volume ramp again for those daily passes. So this is truly the first impression that a lot of visitors do get of Volusia County's beaches. The City of Daytona Beach, along with the Florida Department of Transportation, is currently undergoing an East ISB improvement project from the Halifax River to A1A. So, you know, we took the initiative a couple of years ago to start saving our pennies up so that we can take a fresh look at what our beach approaches look like, what needs to be updated. I don't think anything has significantly been updated on this beach approach in quite a while, short of landscaping and trash can colors. So this is a comprehensive facelift, if you will. We do have some structural issues. International Speedway Boulevard, since I've been here in 6 years, I think we've had 4 or 5 different water main breaks in the beach approach. So it's just aging infrastructure. This gives us an opportunity to come in at one time, clean everything out, make it look beautiful, and then we can meet the same level of quality that our new visitors will see coming from Halifax River to A1A. Just going over real quick what our existing conditions are. You have 14, you've got a shower location on the far east of the beach approach. It is in your southeast corner. It currently gets inundated. This past November nor'easter that we had at the beginning of November, we had to take sand out of our pumps. The ocean just came in. There's currently about 6 inches of sand on the beach approach. Hurricane Irma, Hurricane Matthew, the nor'easters of 2019 were really bad. So much so that they ripped toilets out, they ripped counters out. So this isn't just things get wet and we have to push a little sand. This is major infrastructure rehabilitation that we have to do after these unnamed nor'easters, which unfortunately we do not get any federal contribution from FEMA on these unnamed events. So this is the full weight of the Volusia County budget. We've got 3 existing toll booths, or 2 existing toll booths. We are not going to modify that. We currently have showers on the sand. This is kind of an interesting topic. We moved our showers onto the sand to get away from slip and fall claims. You either love them or you hate them. It's very torn on how people feel about on-beach showers. It's what we currently have there. We currently have 14 off-beach parking spaces along the ramp. They are currently time limited to 30 minutes. You have the existing world's most famous beach sign, and we can't remove that. That's iconic, so it's gonna be in the proposal. You've got some commercial businesses along the north side in everything from a surf shop. You've got a shirt store, and I think a new restaurant just opened up on the northeast corner. And then you have the Boardwalk Inn and Suites on the south side. We do have to maintain access to the Boardwalk Inn and Suites. They have 2 private driveway entrances, so that was a limiting factor. We accommodated that in our proposed design. This is a perspective from your northwest corner, looking at what will the beach ramp look like. You can see that there is, obviously we kept the world's most famous beach sign because it is iconic. We also relocated our restroom a little further west to get out of that tidal inundation zone. If that restroom gets wet, we have had one heck of a storm. So it's going to be above the floodplain. We have switched the parallel parking to perpendicular parking. We have not lost any parking spaces, so parking spaces will be comparable. And we are doing some pretty significant landscaping updates to kind of give you that beach feel in an urban environment. So we're also going with the colored concrete, just again to kind of give you that sense of presence once you come onto the beach. This is a plan view. We still have, as I mentioned, you can see that we've moved the restroom a little further west. We've maintained the 2 existing driveways on the south side. We're still maintaining the same capacity that we have right now with the toll booths. We have the ability to do 2 lanes on, a 3rd lane on the north for those who already have annual passes. We can also use that as an emergency entrance lane should fire, evac, beach safety, any of the above need emergency access to the beach. We have switched the parking around to perpendicular parking versus parallel parking. The one notice that you might have is the existing plan had 2 lanes exiting the beach ramp. We've dropped that down to 1 lane exiting the beach ramp, and you still have 2 lanes entering the beach ramp. This will match up with what the FDOT has planned at their proposed intersection improvements. They've got 2 lanes heading east from the west side of Atlantic Avenue, so we have 2 lanes taking on the same 2 lanes that are coming from the west to match on the east side. Since this is an exit-only ramp right now, you're only serving exiting traffic for the parking spaces on the ramp and the property on the south side. So it doesn't technically warrant 2 exit lanes at this location. So we're taking that opportunity. We made the parking perpendicular. It gives us a little bit more space for the restroom to slide it further west. And then it also gives us some room to improve our landscaping to add to that presence. So we did a poll. We did a thing. With COVID, you know, I don't think anybody enjoys coming to an evening meeting and then, you know, listening to everything that happens at an evening meeting. So we decided to do a Survey Monkey because of COVID. We put this out there so that, you know, if you want to take a survey at 1 o'clock in the morning from your couch and provide your comments, I'm happy to hear them. We advertised on October 18th. The survey closed on October 31st. It was 2 full weeks. We issued a press release. We posted it on our Volusia.org website. We also pushed it on our social media campaign. We added additional funding to the social media campaign and did a targeted ad specifically for the 32118 zip code, which is the Daytona Beach Barrier Island zip code. And then it was obviously reposted by a couple of our council members as well. So for International Speedway Boulevard, you can see we had a total of 39 people respond. Couple of the questions are just, you know, who's looking at what we're sending out and what are your usage rates? You can see this is specific to International Speedway Boulevard. We had a separate one for Silver Beach. And you have about half of the people drive on the ramp, and if you took the time to read through the comments, which are attached to this agenda item, and they're also posted on the internet, it appears that there was a walking club that shared this survey amongst their friends. So I think that's where you get some of these numbers from. But so half of the people drive on the ramp. Most people bike or ride on it. You can see the annual pass holder usership versus this year and last year. It doesn't seem like the people who contributed to the survey are annual pass holders, so that usually means they're local and they're walking or riding their bicycles. Do you use the restroom in the last year? Not necessarily. They don't necessarily use the shower either. And then this is the interesting part is, do you like the location of the existing restrooms and showers? Most of the people do not like the current location of the restrooms. But most of the people, overwhelmingly over 80%, favor the location of proposed restrooms and showers. So there's a good contingency that appreciate the relocating of the showers and the restrooms. Colored pavement went over well. We kind of, you know, let's throw it out there. Let's see what people think. I guess people like it. New style of the restrooms are overwhelmingly appreciated. And then a summary of your public comments. There was a request for wayfinding signs on the beach ramps. We're going to go ahead and implement that. We're not going to wait for the construction project to go forward. It's pretty easy. We've started that in New Smyrna, and we're just going to extend our way further north. There was a request to remove the 30-minute public parking along the ramp. There was an overwhelming approval of the beach-friendly native landscaping. I like beach-friendly landscaping because it's cheaper to maintain. There was some concerns issued about appearance overall, vagrants, and then the comments were mixed on the upland showers and the restrooms, but if you look at the actual poll, it overwhelmingly came forward with people approving the relocation. Once again, full comments are attached to this agenda item, so anybody who may be listening later on or online, you can pull up the agenda item and read every single comment the way it was written. I think you can even see the time that it was written, so you can read everything that was posted. Next up is Silver Beach Avenue. This is immediately south of International Speedway Boulevard. It is due east of the Veterans Memorial Bridge, so it has an excellent approach coming to the beach. And then our thought is that we are going to do Silver Beach first so that it has the upgrades already completed, and then when we move to do International Speedway Boulevard, Silver Beach will be ready to handle the volume. You currently have a vacant lot to the south. You have, again, you have a restroom due the extreme southeast corner of the beach approach that does get inundated by tide. It is the standard old school style restroom where you go in with the little plastic stall separator doors with you. We're going to be proposing to make everything into family style. It's safer for families. It gives you a little more privacy, and it's also ADA compliant. We have existing showers on the sand again. You'll notice we have a private property to the north, the Silver Beach Club. They have private parking to the east of their building, and they have an exit lane that we have to maintain coming out of their parking lot, along with private property on the north side of the beach approach that we're going to maintain for them. And by maintain, we're going to keep it. We're not going to change it. We're not going to start paving their stuff for them. But they did issue comments. We reached out to them, and they said that they would appreciate some improved landscaping to separate their pool deck from the proposed ramps just for privacy purposes, so we looked into that. This is a perspective, again, from the northeast corner looking towards the ramp. You can see the improved landscaping on the left-hand side. You've got a 4 ADA family-style restrooms that is in our icy lemonade and white color that we've been using on our beach approaches. Again, we have the colored concrete. And towards the east end in the back, you can see where we've kind of incorporated a pedestrian amenity. We're looking at a shade structure, bench type of situation. I'm a big fan of drinking coffee and looking at the ocean, and I think there's other people that would appreciate to drink coffee and look at the ocean. So we're gonna give a viewing platform as well. So this is a plan view of what we're looking at. You can see the improved landscaping on the north side of the beach approach. You can see that the restrooms have relocated further west. We have comparable parking spaces from what we currently have. You can also see, again, the colored concrete is kind of a presence maker. There is an opportunity, I didn't bring this up previously, but there is I'll call it a masonry wall for a better term, on the south side of the north property that I believe, should we get to a sponsorship at this location, that we might be able to do a mural of some sort, either sponsor related or just Volusia County mural, you know, some turtles and some waves. There's more opportunity here. I didn't want to put that on the visuals until we got a little further down the line, but we're going to move the showers upland. Public feedback on this one. Most of the people drove on this ramp that replied to the survey. Most of them are pass holders or have been pass holders. Not a lot of people use our public restrooms if they're not welcoming, pretty, and family style is a big deal. So I think switching these to family style is going to be a big improvement on our usage rates. Not a lot of people are using showers. These are on-beach showers, and the parking isn't very convenient for that either. Split on do they like the current restrooms, with overwhelming support on relocation of the restrooms and the showers. And then again, overwhelming support for the colored pavement and the new style of the restrooms. A summary of comments is that, again, the wayfinding signs on the beach ramps, which we're gonna move forward with already. And then there was a request to remove the one-way beach driving. That's something we can consider. We might actually consider modifying that during the construction of the 2 ramps, and then we'll see how that goes, just to help with moving traffic better in the area. Again, approval of beach-friendly landscaping, and then concerns about appearance overall on the beach side, and then relocating the upland showers and restrooms. The comments were mixed. Again, just like Silver Beach, if you are interested or if you have the time, please pull up the County Council agenda item. The full unedited comments are included as part of the agenda item for full transparency with the public on how the comments came through. So next up, we are looking for feedback from the council on the overall design concepts of both approaches, and then your feedback on restroom locations and the shower locations. And then you can see our proposed timelines a little slagged. We are going to expedite the Silver Beach Avenue beach approach to get that beach approach completed prior to start of construction on ISB. When International Speedway Boulevard does go to construction, then we'll be able to reroute traffic to Silver Beach effortlessly, and we'll try to put them over off of Route 1. We'll try to catch them at the stoplight and then put them over the Veterans Memorial Bridge so that you're not dealing with that traffic tie-up on Atlantic Avenue. We're also timing this with the FDOT ISB project. If we can do it at the same time, that's going to be awesome. But if we need to move forward or hold up, I don't want to just start in the middle of summer, so the goal is to do both of these projects in the off-season to reduce our impacts just due to the high volume of daily visitors we have. And I'm available for questions.
Billy Wheeler.
Thank you so much, Jessica, for this proposal. The overall design concept, I think, it hits all the things that we've been asking and the public that we've been hearing from the public. I do like the restrooms relocation further west. I think that is a very wise thing to do. And relocating the showers off the beach. What my one question is, you on Silver Beach, on that one, you said we have comparable parking. Can you just tell me, I think we are losing a few, but how many parking spaces do we have? The other one had 14, I think you said, correct?
Yes, ma'am. About 16.
And what did we have?
We had 20. We had 20.
So we're going to lose a few, okay. And we'll be able to adequately keep those restrooms lit? Yeah.
Yes.
For security reasons.
And you'll be closer to the intersection, and you have better lighting at an intersection at all times.
Yeah. The lighting is still, especially when you get down towards the Daytona area and that area, it's still pretty darn dark. And so, okay, those were my questions. And I'm ready for a motion if.
Dr. Lowry?
Well, that's no, we need to do that.
I'll move to approve.
Motion to approve by Lowry, second by Wheeler. Any other comments? I just had a couple quick questions. I think the parking, to me, looks easier than parallel parking. It's more inviting. It's a shame that we lose a few spaces, but we could always open up more of the beach where it's very convenient to park for people, and then everything they need is right in their cars. We had a discussion. I love the design, and we had a discussion several times with Director Bartlett about the longevity of it. I've noticed some areas that have this kind of either painted or colored or even pavers and intersections. After a year or so, they don't look like this anymore. And I think both of you pointed out to me that this is not a painted surface. It's colored all the way through the concrete, so as if it wears down, it's still colored. And the director assured me that he would be, well, somebody would be sweeping it regularly, as we do now, to keep it clean, because that's going to be important if we're going to invest in this. It's just very attractive. It's very beachy, and boy, does especially Broadway, or that you people call East ISB now, it needs improvement bad, and so I'm excited about that. The restrooms moving west, do you have any data to show? It seems to me that besides being more resilient, that they could be safer, easier for law enforcement. Is there any data that speaks to that one way or another? Or are you moving them mostly for resiliency?
We're moving them mostly for resiliency and maintenance. Maintenance is the biggest thing. To go in after a hurricane and not be able to, if we had a hurricane this summer with our supply delays, I had a 4-month delay on a project just waiting for a lift station. So having International Speedway Boulevard in late summer be serviced by 2 portalets it's not good. Moving them further west, it also kind of does set you up for, let's say we do have significant damage from a major hurricane event. You can still have your restroom facilities open and capable. You still have off-beach parking available where people can access the beach if our ramps get completely washed out. It's resilience is best practice, but it's mostly due to maintenance. And then the existing water and sewer lines under the 2 current ramps right now are in really bad shape, very bad shape. So ripping those out and replacing them completely is a big investment that will pay off in the long run.
Are they open at night, or do they lock them when the beach closes?
We open our restrooms because we've got restrooms all the way from Bicentennial all the way down to Bethune Beach. They close within 1 hour of sunset, and they open within 1 hour of sunrise.
Okay.
So there's a 2-hour window that they could open or close.
And lastly, since we're moving them further west, will there be any signage on the beach indicating that there's a restroom there?
Yes, I have some creative ideas that I'm fleshing out. I've got
Oh,
a year.
fleshing
That's what
out.
you.
Yeah.
That's what you're doing at night?
Yeah, but I can't sleep. We'll have signage showing that the restrooms are up there. And then we also have the beach app as well, which we're really trying to push the beach app to show where the restrooms along with lifeguard towers are located.
Would you like to do that now? Promote the beach app?
Hey, it's
Where
free.
do they find it?
It's free on Volusia.org. You can get it on Android. You can get it on iPhone. Just do Volusia Beaches. It'll come up. It gives you real-time ramp status, which is a big deal if you're, in the middle of a Saturday in May trying to figure out how to get to the beach. Tells you where you can go. It also has off-beach parking. It's got all your dune walkovers. It's a great little app.
The only, I think Billy has a question or a statement. The only other thing I think about is looking at the timeline. I know you're doing it as quickly as you can, but, and I agree that Silver Beach is the one to do first to prepare East ISP for that revamp so that there's traffic accessible at Silver. Is there anything we can do to quicken the pace? Because again, East ISP is an eyesore. You come over it's a gateway to the beach, and
We'll be fully funded on the International Speedway Boulevard. We're putting more money into ISB just because it is the gateway approach that we have. It's world renowned. Silver Beach is fully funded right now. We wanted to get the council's approval. It's going to take us at least 6 months to get our CCCL permit done. We're going to get that done this off season. International Speedway Boulevard, we could be on the same timeline, but I don't think having both approaches under construction at the same time would benefit the city of Daytona Beach at all. So lagging it by 1 year gives us an alternative access point for the public. If the DOT comes forth and let's say they go faster, we'll have our money in October, pending council approval, October of 2022, that we would be able to build ISB if we need to. The permits will be in place. It's just a matter of staging it for public access purposes. And again, this is being fully funded by the Beach Capital Fund, which is $4 from every beach annual and daily pass sale that gets set aside specifically for beach infrastructure.
thank you. Billy?
Yeah, just to add a little cherry on the top, are we still watching that property that's right next to it? Availability of everything, that would be a wonderful place to have a beach park.
At Silver?
Mm-hmm. That beautiful,
It's
big
my understanding that
lot.
they did not want to sell. They only wanted to lease.
Okay.
If that changes, let us know.
Yeah.
Okay, if there's no other comments, I'll call for the vote on approval of the update. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 7-0, nice work.
Thank you.
Keep going. That brings us to item 7, AHAC, Affordable Housing Incentive Strategies Report.
Right. Good
Carmen.
morning. Carmen Hall, Community Assistance Director. This agenda item is our Affordable Housing Incentive Strategies Report. It is required by the SHIP Act to review the 11 incentive strategies on an annual basis. Any new strategies that are adopted must be incorporated into our local housing assistance plan by March of next year. Currently, here are our AHAC members, these are our current members. Barb Gertman is the county council representative, but also Billy Wheeler was prior to her and participated throughout this process. So there are two mandatory strategies. The first is strategy A. This is expedited permitting. AHAC is recommending to continue their previous recommendation and also to develop a communication plan to make sure that the public and other municipalities are aware of our process. Strategy I is also a mandatory strategy, and this is the local government considers adoption before adopting any policy, procedures, regulations, provisions, anything that could increase the cost of affordable housing, that they, a process to consider those increases. And so AHAC is recommending that we keep our current process and that we also include looking into eco-friendly and cost-effective alternative construction materials, and also to report back on this on a tri-annual basis. The next strategy is E. This is not a mandatory strategy, but it is an optional one. AHAC is recommending that we continue our support of Ordinance 2021-14. This was recently approved by County Council earlier this year, and it's in relation to the affordable accessory dwelling units. An additional strategy is G. This is the allowance of flexible lot configurations. AHAC is recommending that if a unit cannot be replaced size for size, zoning requirements should be flexible. And this is completed currently through our PUD process or variance process. There are two other strategies that were previously adopted. They are C and J. AHAC did not have any additional recommendations for these strategies, but they do recommend to continue adopting those strategies. That is for the allowance of flexibility and densities and the preparation of printed inventory of locally owned public land suitable for affordable housing. There are other strategies, B, D, F, H, and K. None of those strategies had recommendations from AHAC at this point. They are looking into those in the future as they are required to review them on an annual basis. So right now, the action that is needed is acceptance of AHAC's report and adoption of strategies A and I as they are mandatory. The other strategies can be adopted as you desire, and staff is recommending adopting strategies E, G, C, and J as outlined.
Councilman Lowry.
I'll make that motion, acceptance of the report, as well as adopting strategies A and I, and also adopting the strategies E, G, C, and J, as indicated on the report.
Motion made to, excuse me, to accept by Lowry, second by Wheeler. Is there any discussion?
Good job.
No discussion. All in favor say aye. Any opposed?
Thank you.
And the motion carries. I have one question before you go. When will the affinity groups report to council?
So tomorrow, the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee is meeting in the afternoon, and they will be making appointments to the 3 affinity groups, and they will begin meeting in January. We haven't established specific dates, but we do know that the meetings will be held on Wednesday afternoons from 3 to 5, and they will be every Wednesday, but we haven't established which group will go first. We'll have the first 3 groups meet, probably take a week off, and then start again for the next 3 months.
Okay. I think that's important. There was so many good ideas at the Affordable Housing Conference that are now in those groups and being discussed, and I really think it's to our benefit to wait to have all those really fleshed out and discussed and brought back. There's a lot of things we can do for affordable housing, and just so thank you to, I know that you and Donna both and the rest of the staff put a lot of work into that conference. Conferences can be dull. This one was not. It was It produced a lot of usable, interesting ideas, good information, and so just good job. Barb Gertman?
Yes, Chair. I just want to follow what you were saying. I mean, the comments after the conference or after the summit have been nothing but positive and encouraging and a compliment to the work that the staff and community, because I think a lot of it has been the seeds that the community has planted as well as working with the staff. So I think it will be a great public-private effort, and I thank you guys for all your work.
Thank you, Carmen. Okay. That brings us to item 8 at 11:23. The fiscal year 21-22 alcohol, drug, and mental health funding.
Okay.
Carmen.
Good morning, Carmen Hall, Community Assistance Director. This is our alcohol, drug, and mental health funding. State statute mandates that the county provide local match funding to nonprofit agencies that provide ADM services. It's a 25% local match contribution. It can be comprised of county funds or other available local matching funds. Currently, the system is set up that Lutheran Services, they actually identify the agencies that are eligible to receive this funding and provide the ADM services. The agencies within our county are Children's Home Society, Halifax Hospital, SMA Healthcare, and the House Next Door. We have 4 options to present. Option A is an award based on the approved budget. This will keep the award within the amount that is budgeted for this fiscal year, 21-22. It would indicate a decrease from the amount needed for each agency. However, it would keep the budget flat. Option B is flat funding. So this would mean providing the amount that each agency received in the previous fiscal year. It would create a general fund deficit of $250,000. We have option C, which is funding each agency at the amount requested, which would be $4.3 million, which would create a general fund deficit of $676,000. And then we have option D, which is a combination of using the general fund budget that is currently available at $3.6 million, and then using ARPA funding for 2 agencies, Halifax and SMA Healthcare, for additional services in $676,000. This would create no deficit in general fund.
Ben Johnson.
I'll make a motion to fund 2021-2022 alcohol, drug, and mental health funding under option D.
So the motion is by Ben Johnson to approve option D, the dual funding, seconded by Wheeler, and discussion. Barb Gertman.
I just think it is so critical to support mental health right now, considering where we've been through COVID, through the pandemic, through frontline staff having to do as much as they've had to, and there's no way there wouldn't be an increased need to support mental health through this time. I think it was there before the pandemic, but certainly I'm in 110% support of fully funding this request and using those ARPA funds which were identified for that. So I certainly support that effort.
Yeah, I agree. It's a good use of ARPA funds for the community in distress. Which is it? Heather Wallace? Thank you.
If you are going to approve option funding D, I would ask that you add to the motion the authority for the county manager to sign documents, because we will need to prepare additional contracts, separate contracts for the ARPA funding. And if you could give the county manager authority to sign those, I would appreciate it.
I'll amend to that.
Okay, so we have an amendment to the motion that authority be given to the county manager to sign documents as necessary. Let's approve the amendment first, and that came from Ben, with you seconding as well on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And then for the approval of D, Ben is still made the motion. Wheeler second. Any other discussion or questions? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Both carry unanimous 7-0. Thank you, Carmen Hall. Brings us to item 9. Ordinance 2120, adoption of hearing establishing Chapter 19 property rights element of the volusia County Comprehensive Plan, comes back to us for final approval.
Yes, sir.
Clay Irvin.
Clay Irvin, Growth and Resource Management. As the chair identified, this is the adoption hearing for our private property rights element. The state of Florida amended the mandatory requirements for comprehensive plans for cities and counties. So this affects all 67 counties and all of the cities in the state of Florida, in that we have to put forward at the very least a private property element. We have chose to follow the option that was identified in the change to the state law, which allows for us to have a relatively simplified process. And in your agenda packet on the back page of the agenda sheet, you'll see the 4 questions that basically compromise what will be our new Chapter 19 of our comprehensive plan. That was previously reserved and now will be called for our property rights element. It addresses 4 questions: the right of a property owner to physically possess and control his or her interest in the property, including easements, leases, or mineral rights; the right of a property owner to use, maintain, develop, and improve his or her property for the personal use or any other person, subject to state law and local ordinances; the right of a property owner to privacy and to exclude others from property to protect the owner's possession and property; and lastly, the right of a property owner to dispense of his or her property through sale or gift. These will be questions that your staff will have to utilize in analyzing any application forward and what kind of actions will be following suit. So therefore, when someone comes and requests a comp plan to the future land use element to change the land use designation, a rezoning to PUD, a development application, we have to look at that to make sure that the actions being taken by Volusia County are in accordance with these issues. The critical point is that many of these are already covered. We have in our future land use element already goals, objectives, and policies pertaining to the protection of private property rights. Also, there's laws in action already, specifically something like the Burt Harris Property Rights Act, which if a government unfairly or takes away a financial investment perspective of a property owner, they can follow suit and see if there's a way to recoup that. So this is just one of the many tools that your staff will utilize in ensuring that we are acting in a manner that respects property rights. It has sent to the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity and the Volusia Growth Management Commission. We did not receive any comments, so it is here for you to take action on. If there's any questions, I'm here, as is Susan Jackson and Carol McFarland.
We have a motion to approve by Robbins, second by Wheeler. Any questions? You were going to approve it. Make the motion.
I was just going to make a quick, really wanted to
Go ahead.
stress for the public, this language changes, the language changes in the initiative, and the wording is specifically been started due to state statute changes, correct?
Yes, ma'am. It's verbatim from what the state statute has given us as an option. You can create your own, or you can utilize this language.
So I just wanted to really stress that, because I know we've had some questions on it, so thank you.
there's no other questions or discussion, I'll call for the vote to adopt the Chapter 19 property rights element of the Volusia County Comprehensive Plan. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's adopted 7-0. Thank you, Clay. Brings us to item 10. Ordinance 2021-31 requesting a small-scale future land use amendment of plus or minus 20 acres located in the north side of Marsh Road.
Yes, sir. James Barnhill, who is the agent for the owner, requested this amendment to the future land use map to allow for the property owner to divide the 20-acre property into two 10-acre tracts consistent with the existing future land use and zoning. Upon which staff reviewed the request and determined that there was portions of Marsh Road, which is a prescriptive right-of-way, which would basically diminish the amount of land that they actually have under ownership, such that it would not meet the minimum lot area for the subsequent subdivision to two 10-acre tracts. The subject property is currently agricultural resource on our adopted future land use and has a corresponding zoning of A1 agricultural. In order to meet the A1 zoning requirements, you have to have a minimum of 10 acres. Due to the prescriptive right-of-way, they do not have that to meet the minimum requirements. Staff has worked with the property owner to come forward with this proposed amendment. What we were seeking to do here is twofold. First of all, to amend it from the current agricultural resource to a rural land use. The rural land use does not have the same density intensities that the agricultural resource does, and it allows for a subsequent rezoning to A2. At the Planning and Land Development Commission, there was concern voiced by many of the neighbors. They were concerned with the loss of agricultural resources in the area. They saw the area slowly but surely getting into smaller lots and the stray away from truly agricultural pursuits. The Barnhills offered, and the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission accepted as part of their motion for approval, that there would be a voluntary restriction identified on our adopted future land use map. And that's very significant because please remember the comprehensive plan trumps rezoning, land development, anything else. So anything that's already in the comprehensive plan has precedence over that. So therefore, the Barnhills agreed that they would not allow for this to be divided beyond two residential uses. So in other words, we will have a note on our future land use map that's tied to this parcel saying that it cannot be divided beyond two. So therefore, it's meeting the intent of and concerns that were voiced by the residents in that the property will basically look like a 10-acre tract. It may be 9.75 acres for each parcel, but it will be able to be divided that way. The next item on your agenda is the rezoning to A2, and I'll address that at that time because we have to take each one of these independently. They are two separate ordinances, but they are intertwined. So this first item before you is just changing the future land use map from agricultural resource to rural with a site-specific limitation that restricts it to no more divisions other than the two that are identified. If this is adopted, it is a small-scale land use amendment now. Those of you are looking at me at 20 acres. Isn't that a little bit large because the limitation used to be 10 acres? State of Florida changed that so that now all small-scale land use amendments include up to 50 acres of land. So therefore, once this is adopted, it's sent on to VGMC, or Volusia Growth Management Commission, and the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity for their review, but it's a 30-day time frame where it's basically an appeal period. It does not have the consistency review that is otherwise applied to large-scale amendments. That, in essence, is your staff's report. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Dr. Lowry.
I just wanted to go ahead and move approval for ordinance 2021-31.
Motion to approve by Lowry, second by, was it Johnson? Any discussion? I will, Heather Post.
Yes. So I just wanted to say I'm having trepidations on this one only because once again we're talking about changing the classifications, and even though we're saying it's going to be rural and we're going to put stuff in place, we all know that we can always come back and change that at a later date, which we're doing now, right? This is that part. This is the lower part of the district, but I know in the upper part of the district, we've had a number of these issues where the residents are very worried because they moved out there for a reason, and things are starting to be divided, and now we have residential developments coming in, and so I'm having a real tough time. We've been having a lot of discussions about at what point do we hold that line and say there's a reason that we have this this area as either agriculture or rural or whatever it is, and this area is designated as agricultural, and there's a reason for that. I think so. For that reason, I'm going to go ahead and vote no on this, only because at some point we have to start following those guidelines. Thank you.
Bob Gertman.
Thank you, Chair. I think I had mentioned how our area is evolving and transitioning, and the northwest area that was heavily agricultural, heavily fern, heavily orange groves, and all the things that were, unfortunately, currently are not the direction of our future. So the landowners, as was just mentioned, have a right. But I think also as a council and as a community, we have an obligation to have this conversation to say, how do we help our communities move forward in the right way without totally tying hands of property owners? So I don't have the answer, but I think it's a question and a conversation that we have to begin to have, because if you're saying that if it's a 20-acre, property, and we're going to require that owner to maintain only that 20 acres with the current, zoning that it had, because nothing in life can change for them because of that. I don't think that makes sense for how we live and, again, where things are going. So I don't know that this is the time to come up with all of those answers, but it is a question and a conversation that I think maybe next year we should have staff bring something back to us to say, what does some of this look like? Are we talking about conservation? Are we talking about agricultural easements? Are we talking about other ways of helping property owners and community come together on what our future looks like, and not just saying no? I think we have to get to whatever yes is, but in the appropriate way for our community and for our property owners, because I think we owe that to them as well. Thank you.
Really good points. Heather, you're exactly right. I think we have to stop changing the land use amendment when it changes the feel, the atmosphere of a neighborhood from what it was created to do. However, this is close to where I live, and I'm aware of the area, and my however is, I don't think this one does that. I don't think it changes the atmosphere or the rural feel of the neighborhood. In fact, I think it's a tremendous compromise between the neighborhood and the homeowners who have the rights that we just went through in the previous item. they have the right to do with their property what they want in a way that benefits their family, and that's what they're doing here. However, they don't have the right to change it if it adversely affects all of their neighbors. And I think they have met in the middle on this, and that everybody's happy. It's still going to look like agricultural property. It gives greater use to a growing family. I can relate to that, and I appreciate the owner's willingness to be good neighbors. I think they have made that attempt. So before I call on Heather and then call for the vote, I will remind the council again that if you vote to approve this, then the next item we're going into a quasi-judicial hearing to change the zoning. So be aware of what's occurring here. Heather Post.
So I'm hearing everything that's being said, and I certainly feel for the property owners for sure, and I get where you're coming from. I hope you understand what I'm saying, you know, really at some point, because I know that you don't want that area to look like downtown DeLand at some point, right? I would imagine. And, you know, could that happen in 30 years? Who knows, right? But I'm going to go ahead and vote. I've listened. I'm going to go ahead and vote for approval on this, considering that there are those stipulations. But what I would say, and I've talked to staff a number of times recently on this, is that we've really got to have staff come back soon, and for us to have these discussions like Barb brought up, because you know, at what point do we continuously change, you know, one at a time, all of these different things, which then eventually lead to changing the whole structure of our county, and then we're sort of, you know, things are up in the air, and it might not exactly be what we wanted it to turn out to be. So it is very important that we have that discussion with staff and with council, and the council really firmly sits down and discusses, you know, what are we looking at? There's a lot of open land in Volusia County, and what do we want that to be in 10 years? And then we really need to, I think, make some firm decisions on that and stand by it. But I hear you, and I'm in approval today. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no other discussion, then I'll call for the vote, requesting a small scale future land use amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries 7-0, which takes us to item 11, which is a quasi-judicial hearing. And so before I get started on that, this is now similar to a court of law, and we have to make our decision based on the evidence presented today. I presume that these are the owners of the property sitting over here. Before you start, Clay, I want to ask every council member if they have any ex parte to declare, and I will go first. That I want everybody to know, since I said this is my neighborhood close to it, I've never met you that I know of. We've never spoken, so there is no quid pro quo, no special favors here. I truly do appreciate that you have worked with your neighbors to maintain the integrity of that neighborhood. My neighborhood is I'm surrounded by hundreds of acres which are in the process of being sold, so this is close to my heart. I want it to stay agriculture. We need good agriculture land in Volusia County. But Ms. Barb Goodman, do you have any I'm just going to go down the line. Anything to declare?
No, sir.
Okay. Ben Johnson? Dr. Lowry? No. Heather Post?
No.
Danny Rollins? Billy Wheeler? Clay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. This is a follow-up to the prior item.
Pursuant to state law and pursuant to our own comprehensive plan and zoning ordinances, once you assign a land use to a piece of land, you do have to have a corresponding zoning to ensure that the property owner has full use of it and also that there's clear understanding of the restrictions that may apply to it. As such, we have a consistency matrix adopted as part of our future land use map that identifies the land use and zonings that are assumed and are conditionally compatible with that land use. The subject property, with the adoption of that rezoning to rural, the appropriate zoning would be A2. That would have, in our packet, we provide you with a comparison of the A1 and A2. They have the same frontage requirements. In other words, 150 feet of road frontage is required for each one of the lots. The main difference is the size of the parcels. For a typical A2 area, it would be a minimum 5 acre. But because of the condition you approved as part of your prior item, this property would have to meet the minimum requirements of at least 5 acres, but most likely it's going to be in the 9 acre range. If there's any questions for staff, we'll be glad to answer them. Oh, I'm sorry, I do have to let you know, the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission, with the prior item, recommended approval of 6-1 for the land use change, but 4-3 for the rezoning. And I think there was just concerns with the minimum parcel size.
Dr. Lowry.
Well, I just want to make a quick comment, then I'm going to move for approval. It's interesting how one size fits all never always seems to fit everybody. And this is the process. This is the good process. This is what really works. And I know it'd be nice to have a blanket thing that just worked perfectly for everybody, but there's so many different people and so many different land configurations and so many different previous things that happen that this is the system at work here when people can come before us and find exceptions or find things that need to be done. And this is the way it's supposed to work, and I'm glad it's working out great for everybody. I'm gonna move approval.
Motion to approve by Lowry, second by Gertman. Did the owners care to speak? Have they let you know? Would you like to say anything before I call for the vote, or remain silent? Thank you. If there's no other discussion, I'll call for the vote. All in favor of the zoning change from agriculture A1 to rural agriculture A2, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Keep it beautiful. I'm serious. Brings us to item 12, ordinance 2021-17, an adoption hearing amending chapter 72, section 72-241 of the Code of Ordinance regarding excavations. This is the second hearing on this as well.
Thank you, Clay Irvin, Growth and Resource Management. In front of you today is the second reading and adoption for a proposed amendment to our standards for specifically non-exempt excavations. That's a fancy way of saying borrow pits. These are areas where the owners of the property have been given authority to dig it and basically sell the dirt for either roadway development or land development. Our current standards require a minimum of 150-foot setback, not buffer, but setback between the top of bank and a wetland or water body line. Staff saw there were some issues being brought up by applicants seeking a special exception for the non-exempt excavations and brought forward an amendment that would allow for a reduction in that. It would still hold it as a set standard, but allow for a property owner to go through and go through a detailed hydrology analysis to determine if it was appropriate to allow for it to be either closer to that wetland or water body line. At the meeting in October, there was considerable discussion about these proposed changes. There was concerns brought forward by members of the Audubon Society and the Volusia Flagler Environmental Coalition, as well as the general public, that this was undermining our efforts to protect wetlands and water bodies. The council took that into consideration and made a motion is seen before you in front of you as part of the proposed final options of increasing that minimum setback from 150 to 250 feet. Still allowing for the potential of reduction, but again, it would have to go through a detailed review. And to clarify what that means, the applicant would have to do a detailed dewatering plan. The county staff would find a consultant from our line of continuing consultants to review that work at the expense of the applicant. In other words, any review done by county council, or excuse me, by county staff or their consultants would be charged to the applicant to ensure that this was cost neutral to the county for the review of this particular request. There's also a requirement for additional monitoring that would be needed. This is similar to what we've been doing with previous approved special exceptions, where we've heard folks concerned about the potential impact to their groundwater, specifically their well water, where we've put in monitoring wells to ensure that the groundwater level remains at the level that it will work for both the adjacent property owners and will not have a negative impact on water bodies or wetlands. So it's coming before you with those requirements. So what you see is a strengthening of the existing regulations. Any kind of attempts to deviate from that has to go through an extensive review period, and it would also have to be part of the special exception process. So it would not necessarily be a staff approval, it would have to be part of the special exception process. So that means that the detailed analysis would go through it, we would review it, make our determinations. If it was something that our consultant working for the county could support, that would be incorporated into the conditions for the special exception. If it was something that we felt was in error, there would be a recommendation of denial from your staff to both the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission, who reviews these special exceptions, as well as to the county council, who has the final decision on these. So that's the basic process that it goes through. There was an email sent in by John Baker, who is a member of the Environmental Coalition, who identified a concern for wildlife corridors. And he referenced a study that was included in your agenda packet. If you go back to that October meeting, there was a supplemental packet for agenda item number 9. And if you look at pages 9-7 through 9-17, there was discussions by Dr. Brown, who worked for the University of Florida, who was hired by Jones Edmonds to do some review for St. Johns County, Florida, back in 2000. And what they did is they looked at a variety of different species in a very different group of communities. In other words, your pine flatwoods, your sandhills, your oak hammocks, those types of things, and came up with a wide range of varying buffers that could be utilized for wildlife buffering. In other words, a corridor, which we currently have in some projects. For example, Farmington, as part of their master development agreement, they have to provide for a black bear corridor through their project. We don't have that on a widespread area throughout this. This can be incorporated as, and it is incorporated as part of our review when we go through a special exception. So if there's habitat that is for endangered or protected species, that is identified early on in the special exception process. It's part of the environmental assessment that we require to be submitted so that we can review it. If there's a requirement for that, we will utilize this document to see what could be allowed in regards to referencing what the minimum buffer should be. Again, it's going to be site specific, it's going to be community specific, it's going to be species specific. So we will make, at this time, we don't necessarily say that there's a hard and fast standard that has to be incorporated into the specifics for non-exempt excavations, but we currently right now utilize a lot of this background information when we do get development applications, and they are within specific habitat of these endangered and protected species. That in essence is what's in front of you today. If there's any questions for staff, we are available.
This is also a public hearing, and I will open up to the public. We have one person that would like to speak. You have no others over there? Okay. Mark Watts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the council, for the record, Mark Watts with the law firm of Cobb Cole, 231 North Woodland Boulevard, DeLand. I just want to thank you and your staff for all the time that's been spent on this. We've worked together on this for about a year and a half, and I think at the end of the day, the result is a really good balance. I think we've strengthened considerably the protections that you have in the ordinance for the environment. If you recall, when we were here in October talking about this, I put a couple maps up on the overhead that showed that, you know, in our comprehensive plan, we show both the areas for aquifer recharge and wetland systems throughout the county overlay kind of the same areas that we identify in the comp plan for mineral extraction. And all of those things are obviously, you know, the wetlands and the aquifer protection are paramount. But we also, you know, have a need, and, you know, the county does have a robust road and bridge department. You know, that you're one of the primary folks that need, you know, fill material at times. So this, I think, does a really good job of balancing it. I think Ms. Post and Ms. Gertman, you made the suggestion of increasing the base buffer or setback to 250 feet. I think that's a very good thing. It's a great starting point, provides that additional protection. And again, I think the key thing that Clay indicated is in those very site-specific situations, we can bring additional information to you and to your planning board, and to your staff to review whether, you know, to maximize what you can excavate out of a certain site, it warrants reducing that. So I think all of the things that are in the change in front of you today with regard to reporting and the monitoring and everything else are things that are not in your current ordinance. So I think overall this is a great, you know, opportunity to kind of strengthen those standards, set that new base standard, but provide the reporting and everything else that I think, again, strikes a very good balance. So I just want to thank you for all your time on it. Thank your staff, Water Management District staff that also participated in some of our discussions. I think this has arrived at a good result. So thank you for that time.
Thank you. Heather Post.
Clay, question for you. So does this, there have been a lot of questions about this, both at our last meeting and for this meeting. Does the ordinance preclude then anyone wanting to do a borough pit from having to come back in front of us every time they wanted to do the borough pit? Is it providing the minimum guidelines, and as long as those minimum guidelines are set, they don't have to come back in front of us? Or is it just setting the minimum guidelines and they'll still have to continue to come back in front of us each time?
Where you have non-exempt excavations, which are your borrow pits,
right,
they are required to go through a special exception. So anything that is approved by special exception, unless it's a minor mod, which typically does not include something of this significance, would have to come back to you for approval. So therefore, this is not setting the stage that it's a technical standard that only staff can approve subsequent to approval by a county council if they want to amend it. So if it's a situation where a property owner gets approval for a borrow pit and it meets the 250-foot separation setback, and they want to come back and reduce that, it can't be a staff approval. That would have to go back through the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission, and it would have to come to you for that amendment.
Okay, but specifically to have the borough pit to move forward initially, they, or in general, I guess, they wouldn't need to come back to us at all once these guidelines in this ordinance is set, correct?
All non-exempt excavations still have to go through the special exception process. So y'all will have, they will have to, even if they stick with the 250 feet, it's still coming to you for final approval.
Okay. So the point is just getting them through the process faster?
No, ma'am. It actually increases the requirements that they have to meet, and if they want to try and deviate from that, it will take them longer. This is, right now we currently have the 150-foot standard.
Just providing the guidelines.
So it's still just a criteria that staff utilizes in the evaluation of whether or not an application complies with our codes. So when an application comes in where we have someone wanting to dig this borrow pit, we look at the plans that they provide us. If they meet the 250 feet and they're abiding by it, it indicates it's in compliance with the code, so it comes forward as part of that to your Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission and to the County Council in order for this special exception to be approved. If they want to deviate from that and go less than 250 feet, they have to go through the detailed dewatering plan. It has to be reviewed by our consultant. We have to make sure that what they're saying is accurate. So it does add on more time to what would have to be done in order to get this same application in front of you if they wanted to deviate from it.
Okay. But just doing the borough pit with these minimum guidelines, we're good to go, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd still love to have some more conversation. I like the fact that we discussed it, and I like the fact that we put through the effort to make the requirements a little bit more stringent. But the PLDRC, I mean, they failed it before. There was obviously some concerns. We've looked to address some of those, but if we are in fact going to be having these discussions, I think it behooves us to maybe have some of that discussion a little bit further before we start setting more stuff into place. I know we can change it, but history shows. Would you have any recommendations for making it more stringent? If you were to make it more stringent, what would your recommendations be? How about that?
I'm not ready to, again, this is a detailed issue that I do not have specific knowledge on. I'm not a hydrologist. I work primarily with folks like that, so I can't necessarily say. And again, it's a policy decision of the county council. If y'all feel that the current standards are insufficient and you want us to make them more stringent, we can make them more stringent. If you would like to go forward with the amendment as presented.
I move to table this and until a future meeting, maybe the January one, so that perhaps we can have some more discussion on it with staff.
Okay, there's a motion by Councilwoman Post to table to the January meeting. Is there a second? Since there is no second, the motion does not pass. Clay, I have a couple of questions. Is the council giving up some responsibility here?
No, sir.
I don't see any. In fact, I see that we've taken what I thought was an ordinance that was, in my opinion, too open, too permissible, and this gives us stricter guidelines to follow. And correct me if I'm wrong with any of these statements, and Heather is absolutely correct in pushing this, because water, there's no, other than public safety, water is the most important issue that we should be concerned about, preserving our surface water, our groundwater, preserving clean water for our residents to drink and to recreate in. We have to take this seriously. As I read through all of this and have gone through it the last few months, it seemed to me that we were making it much more difficult for a company to come in or a developer to come in and just dig a borrow pit. Not only have we greatly increased the buffer zone from what environmentalists first asked me to increase it to, and I forget who it was, I think it was Ben Johnson that asked for this even a wider margin. And I have been of the opinion to this point that if the council votes to approve this, it could be something that this council could be very proud of, because it does give us stricter requirements to, that can be imposed. And I use that word imposed carefully, because I hope also that we are moving in a new direction where this council, the public, developers, the developers' attorneys are working hand in hand with that same goal to protect our water and not battling with one another. There's going to be battles as we go along, but this is not that, unless I'm missing something. I think this is something we could be proud of, and that does offer more protection, not just in the buffer before you dig, but for the wildlife. It's covers that too, and it still has to come back to us. Any proposal for new digging.
Yes, sir.
That's true? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we've got a lot of people that want to speak to this. Dr. Lowry.
This is the second reading. I move approval for ordinance 2021-17, adoption, hearing, amending Chapter 72, Section 72-241.
He wasn't done reading yet.
Yeah, that's okay. It's close enough.
Motion by Lowry and second by Johnson for approval. Heather Post.
So I completely understand that this adds more stringent guidelines. I get that, but my point is, if we're having these discussions, and we're having discussion that we need to have serious discussion about these kinds of things across the county, and we're working to put an ordinance in place, I don't see what the even though this is slightly more stringent, we had the PLDRC who said they weren't comfortable, at the beginning of this process. I don't see what the harm would be in having more discussion on it and coming back and seeing perhaps if there was something more that we could do. Because we all know that once we put an ordinance in place, yes, we can certainly come back and do amendments, but are we really going to do that? So that's why I had asked for us to simply table it and discuss. Not that there's any specific, not that this causes more harm than what we currently have, but I truly feel that we could be doing better, is my point. I was very, very excited, and I think it was actually Barb and I that talked about the wetland buffer. And I was very excited that we were able to widen that for sure. But I think that there's still way more conversation to be had regarding buffers across the county. So not negating that this is a baby step, but I just think we could be doing better. Thank you.
Did you have other proposals to make it stronger?
So I'm not the expert in this area, and that's why I was asking. Clay's not ready to propose anything. We talked a little bit in the, off-site, but that's why I was proposing that we hang on, let staff discuss a little bit further, and let the people who are experts in this come back and provide us with some options.
Okay, Barb Gertman.
Chair, I think it was, I did ask for the 250 and to make it stricter. This is the second reading, and it will require exceptions and to come back to us. So I think we had good conversation then, we're having good conversation now, and I think we have another opportunity when it has to come back to us case by case. So I don't think we're losing anything by approving this at this time and moving it forward. It is not a one-size-fit-all. They have to come back to us individually to look at, you know, the overall impact. So, and I think it's what we need. We need an opportunity to figure out how to move these efforts forward in the best way based on that particular project. And I think that's what this does, but given that initial parameter of 250. So I continue to be in support.
Thank you. And I think, Barb, that when the exceptions do come back to us, that this particular council needs to remember the agony that we're going through, the deliberation, the importance that we're putting on this because of the importance of the subject matter, and that we should be very, very slow to undo what we've done, even on a special exception. I would like to see it be the standard and increase it if we need to. In any case, there was other names on here. I think it was Billy Wheeler was next. My screen is now
Thank you.
blank.
Yeah, we're having a little technical difficulty, I think. Are we okay?
Backup battery
Sh-
she's having to get that.
It's not a,
Are we okay to continue to talk?
My recommendation would be
Take 5?
Yeah.
it's not a Tesla battery? Or it is? Okay. If it's not being recorded, I think that would be wise if we take a brief break, and is there agreement on the council for that? Okay, we'll take a break for until 12:20, unless they tell us different, that it's not fixed yet. An amendment to the amendment, we're going to combine this with lunch so that they're not so pushed, and lunch is in the back for council members. And so that would bring us back at 1 p.m. Where's the attorneys? Oh, there he is. He was hidden. Okay, we'll finish up item 12. We'll call the meeting back to order at 1:02, and Ben will catch up with us. Are we okay in the booth? Okay, we're okay. So we have a motion on the table and a second to approve ordinance 2021-17 regarding excavations. And had good discussion. Is there any more? We're on item 12, Ben. Any more discussion?
Yes.
Billy Wheeler.
Yeah, that's, I think, where we left off. I was speaking and everything ran dry. I'm just going to briefly say, I really appreciate staff working with us on this and everyone involved and working to, we had some considerations and questions, and I think we resolved it, and that's what good government is. We did talk, and we worked this out. The council agreed that some things needed to be changed, so I'm very happy that we've come to this conclusion, so. And we've already got the motion and everything, so we can.
Yep.
Yes, Fred Lowry.
Same here. Echo that, as well as reminding everyone it was Billy Wheeler that tore it up. She was speaking when it broke, so.
She drained the battery. Ben Johnson.
I agree with Ms. Gertman, what she said a while ago. We just can't cover all the scenarios at once, and it does come in front of us. We need to take it one at a time. You open up this can of worms and we'll never get it done. I think we've done the best we can do at the moment. Leave it alone. Let's take, if we have an issue, we will cover it then. If it needs to be put into writing at that time, we do it then. But the idea of trying to sit down and just make it fit without knowing what the problem is doesn't fit.
Well, usually when you say leave it alone, I disagree with you. But I don't think we left it alone. We've come a long ways from where we started, and I think, I understand. Just making a point because it is important to the public, and we all are hearing from the public. They want us to protect the water, and I'm viewing this as a good step in doing that, and we haven't lost our last right of refusal. Heather is absolutely right, though, that you can't control what a future council may do. So Danny Robbins.
Yeah, I agree with you, Chair. Thank you. You know, what we don't know is what we don't know at this point, and it appears to me that there is a good balance, even though there is some more sanctions or laws that make it more stringent. But it also respects something we just went over, is land ownership rights, and a good balance and compromise and a start. Opening up our communication with keeping those and the environmental issues that we may face on the front line, so we can continue to pay attention to them and work with everybody. But we appreciate it. Thank you.
She's pushing me. If there's no other discussion, I'll call for the vote. All in favor of adopting ordinance 2021-17, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed, and Clay, I'll be talking with you. Hopefully we can bring back something. An amendment.
Passes 6-1 with Heather Post not in favor of it, and continuing the conversation with staff. Okay, item 13. This is also a quasi-judicial hearing and a public hearing. So I will open the public hearing. Do you have anybody yet? No? Resolution for rezoning 2 parcels totaling close to 1,400 or 14,000 square feet in size, located at in Seville. Clay?
Good afternoon. This is a cleanup. Mr. Barnes, who is the property owner, this is property that was rezoned partially to R4. or from R4 to MH4 back in 1991. There's 3 basic parcels that Mr. Barnes is dealing with. There's an existing mobile home on all of these. He's trying to do something with this property when it came to the attention of staff that we have a variety of zoning that impacts him, specifically the R4, which does not allow for the manufactured home, and there's additional setbacks between zoning classifications. So he was seeking what could be done and has made an application for the rezoning to MH4. Staff recommended approval to the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission, where there was a public hearing. No one attended. We did not receive any comments and objections. And so the PLDRC unanimously recommended approval 6-0 for the rezoning. This property is located up in the Seville area. It's in an area that this is is consistent with the uses in these general areas, so we feel it's appropriate. If there's any questions for staff, we'll be glad to answer them.
Gordon?
I'm just going to make the motion to approve. Is this quasi?
Yes.
This is
it is
quasi.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Motion to approve by Gertman, second by Lowry. And since this is a quasi-judicial hearing, does anybody have any ex parte to declare? Seeing none. Barb, your name is gone. Nobody, no representatives, no owners cared to speak?
Right there in the back.
He's just
Mr.
owner,
Chair.
I think.
Well, we are
Do
approving
you care
it.
to speak?
We're approving it, so
Yeah.
we're giving him what he wants. What's to talk about?
Don't put
Like,
a pin in the
but
balloon
thank
now.
you.
Waving. That was a thumbs up.
Yeah. Well,
He's
like I said, we're here to try to help when we can,
Yep.
in the best way we can, in the most expeditious way that we can. So, thank you.
So you're saying he's in sales, he knows when to keep his mouth shut?
You said that, I didn't.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Obviously, the public hearing has been closed since no one cared to speak from the public. Item 14. Another quasi-judicial hearing. I'll open the public hearing at this time, and this is a rezoning of plus or minus 3.77 acre parcel located on the west side of US Highway 1 in Oak Hill.
Clay Urban Growth and Resource Management. This is an application by Mr. Wiles on behalf of BDW of Oak Hill LLC. The owners of the property met with staff and wanted to develop it for a boat storage facility. The B4 zoning, which is currently applicable to the property, does not allow that use, and the applicant has sought to rezone it to B5. B5 is a more heavy-duty commercial zoning as opposed to the B4, which is more in line with a shopping center, more retail-oriented type of zoning. If you look again to that consistency matrix that we do have in our comprehensive plan, which identifies the land uses and the applicable zoning, the B5 is acceptable on this piece of land. It is right down the street from a boat ramp, so we have had some questions in regards to safety and concerns about folks. Is there a signal? Is there a pedestrian crossing? Those types of things. At this point, there's nothing that's been identified. It is US 1 that is located on, so anything would have to be coordinated through them to make sure that it meets the warrants that they would have for any kind of signalization or pedestrian crossing. We had no public comment at the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission, where your staff recommended approval to the board. The board reviewed it and came back with a unanimous recommendation of approval for this particular rezoning. Again, what we're seeing is the end use will be generally consistent with the commercial land uses up and down the US 1 corridor spanning from Edgewater and in Oak Hill. They will have to comply with all of our commercial buffering requirements along the front, and so we will ensure that when it comes to site plan that it does comply with our codes in regards to visual appearance and buffering. If there's any other questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Okay. Ben Johnson, you were on here. Were you making the motion? Who made the motion? Danny?
Motion by Mr. Robbins, kind of
Motion by Robbins to approve, second by Wheeler. And you had no question? Okay. If there's nobody from the public that cared to speak, I'll close the public hearing. Is there any ex parte amongst the council? Any conversations to declare? Not seeing any there. Clay, you mentioned the buffer along the road, and just real quick, I'm curious, looking at that picture, at the very strange shape of that little corner of the property, how does that come about, and do you know the boundaries of the adjoining property?
The images on the screen reflect parcels as they are owned independently and according to the property appraiser's site. So what you're seeing is the applicant BDW, that is their property highlighted in yellow.
Mm-hmm.
If you're the triangular shaped piece of land is not included in this application. So
Okay.
that would just be a continuation of the existing zoning there. I believe B4.
Okay. So the trees will remain there?
Yes, sir. Well, you know, again, the trees remain
For
until
now.
the development application comes in. They,
Okay.
pursuant to our codes, you have to maintain a minimum 15% native vegetation area. You also have to comply with our buffering requirements. Now, there's not necessarily more restrictive buffering between like zone properties. The primary issue would be along US 1, so that triangular piece that you see there would be incorporated into the buffer, the northern
Okay.
end of that triangle.
All right, thank you. If there's no other questions, I'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Mr. Chair, can you repeat who the motion and seconder was?
Motion was by Danny Robbins, the second by Billy Wheeler. And the vote was unanimous, 7-0 in favor of the resolution. Brings us to item number 15, another quasi-judicial hearing. So I will open this up for the open public hearing. You don't have anything at this point? Nothing. And this is for special exception for temporary campsites on 125 or so acres on rural agriculture, and this is by the flea market.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
This is, we allow for temporary campsites in these properties. It is zoned A2. It is between I-95 and Tomoka Farms Road, immediately south of the Daytona Flea Market. The subject property has been under an approved special exception, which allowed for a temporary campground known as the Crazy Horse Campground. Operated in accordance with our standards. Those are tied to special events, and those are countywide special events that include the race events and bike events. They've come forward for basically another 10-year extension on this proposed use. Staff reviewed it for any changes that may have occurred in our code or any changes that may have occurred on the site, and they meet all of the criteria established in the code. We do have 15 conditions which are typically associated with these temporary campgrounds, which tie to basically the operations to ensure public health, safety, and welfare, and the general safety of those who utilize the facilities, so that way there's adequate public safety in regards to health care, police care, et cetera. So it went to the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission with a recommendation of approval from your staff. There was no public participation at all, and the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission recommended approval subject to those 15 conditions that are identified.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Johnson, second by Lowry. If there's no public participation, I'll close the public hearing. Any ex parte of any council members? I'm seeing none. And I didn't finish writing. The motion was by Johnson. The second one was by you, by Fred Lowry. And Heather Post.
I just have a question about the 10-year mark. What's the significance in the 10 years?
It's just a continuation of the time frame that was previously approved. There's no magic to it.
And if anything happens in 5 years with that area, or is it still possible to come back? If we've done this special exception, we can still address it, or are we set in stone for 10 years?
Remember, a special exception, we can't necessarily negate it unless for due cause. So if they violate any of the 15 conditions, then we can bring it forward to the council for a request to have it removed. If they're still operating in accordance with the codes and we've not modified any of our codes, then they would be able to continue for 10 years regardless of what occurs around it.
It's just a very long time. I'm wondering if we should think about maybe doing it for 5, and then in 5 years we could come back and discuss.
That's entirely up to y'all. That's a policy decision up to the council. If the council feels that. That's similar to what we did with the Stetson Golf Facility.
Right.
We did that for a 1-year period for bringing back for review. If you want to do a 5-year review, we can do that as well.
Is that open to council, I guess?
Well, it keeps it, for 10 years, it keeps it basically in very low density, just used for camping. I understand we're, a special exception, it would have to come back up if we wanted to hold them accountable for some reason. What if the neighborhood changed and they wanted to build 10 acres or 100 acres of homes?
Surrounding it?
In this 125 acres?
They would have to come back, go through that whole process, because right now it's got a zoning of A2 that would not allow for that development.
Okay. So is it, Heather, are you asking, would you like to ask the council to entertain the idea of a 5-year period as an amendment to, because we have a motion and a second.
Yeah,
You could
well,
amend
yes.
it.
Yeah, as an amendment, and only because 10 years is a very long time, and we don't know what's going to occur in 10 years. We do have a lot of change going on in the county, and even with Biketoberfest and all of those kind of events, you know, a lot of things are evolving. So, you know, I'm not sure of the harm in coming back in 5 years and re-upping.
So we have an amendment that changes only the time length from 10 years to 5 years, the amendment by post. We would need a second, which I would really like to see, so that in case there's any discussion and just to have the vote on it. Will someone second it?
I'll second.
Second by Gertman for a 5-year period. Any questions or discussion for staff or Heather Post? Okay, then let's vote on the amendment for 5 years instead of 10 years. And we better, Carissa, would you call the roll on this so I don't have to judge voices? This is just for the amendment.
For the amendment to 5 years, Ms. Gertman. Mr. Johnson.
What was that? Yes.
Dr. Lowry.
No.
Ms. Post.
Yes.
Mr. Robbins. Ms. Wheeler. Mr. Brower.
Yes. So the amendment passes
5 to 2.
5 to 2 if you carry the 1. So now we'll go to the, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have eaten any sugar. We'll go to the main amendment, or the main motion, which is now for 5 years. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that passes 7-0. Very good. Okay, item 16.
Good afternoon, Clay Urban, Growth and Resource Management. This is the adoption hearing for our changes to the code for home-based businesses. As we reported last time, the state has preempted us We can no longer regulate what we were calling home occupation licenses or home-based businesses, or excuse me, home occupations. And so what we are doing here is taking in and incorporating the state laws that they've established. This will allow for us to implement those through our code enforcement rather than having to contact the sheriff's office if there was something occurring that was in violation of that state law. And basically what it says is this, is that anyone who owns a home can operate a business out of it as long as basically it looks like a home. So they talk about the number of parking spaces that could be allocated, which is limited to 2 for the use, that for the non-residential use. They talk about the number of people who can reside in the home that are working for the business. They indicate that the primary use of the home has to be for residential purposes, and that the view from the street and the view from the adjacent properties has to look like a single-family home. So we've incorporated that in there. As you can see, the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission did have some concern in regards to agricultural uses, and as such, your ordinance has got a slight little deviation which indicates that it doesn't apply to large tracts of land, which it would be hard to see those in the first place. So what you're seeing is that we're mimicking state law so that we can provide some assistance to those who are concerned with businesses operating within their neighborhood. As long as they comply with the state laws, they'll be okay to do so. Again, there's no clarity in regards to the intensity of the use. So it could be an office, it could be any commercial use, any type of use. So again, we're doing the best we can given the preemption that was placed upon our ability to regulate non-residential uses in residential areas. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Do you feel like this still protects neighborhoods?
Compared to what we have, no. Well, our previous regulations in regards to home occupation license A's and B's was much more stringent. We were basically limiting it to typically office types of uses with very minimal retail operation. Candidly, someone could open up a funeral home in a house. You know, someone could, there's a variety of different businesses that could operate out of there. A general contractor could operate as long as he can store his equipment in his backyard and screen it from view. There are, and again, the state law is written in a very vague set of language. So when we sit there and try and determine, is this traffic and parking above and beyond what would typically be seen in a residential neighborhood, it's going to be a very difficult item to prove. There's no also criteria into what makes something primarily residential. So it does not necessarily provide us with the same protection that we currently have, but at least it does give us something that we can use so that when our residents call us, we can at least respond to their complaints.
Is there a limit to the number of employees?
If I remember correctly, Paolo, is it 10?
There is no limit to the number of employees who reside in the actual residence itself. There is a limit to employees who don't reside on the residence.
Okay.
So you can only have 2 employees who work at the residence and who also don't live there. But there is no limit on the number of employees that work off-site or who actually live on the residence itself.
What about a limit to the number of patrons at any one time?
There is no limit.
So you could have 20 cars parked there?
Well, we limit the number of parking spaces. You are allowed to make it, limit the number of parking spaces such that it does not, it is consistent with the general neighborhood. And our existing rules limit the number of parking spaces associated with the home-based business to 2 additional spaces. So the standard minimum for any single-family residential is, I think, 2 off-street parking spaces. So if you have a home-based business, you can have an additional 2. So max 4.
But the truth is, you're restricted by whatever we do in this ordinance. It's got to be in compliance with what the state, the parameters that they've given us. They've taken some of our local control here, and so you've done the best that we can. I think Heather posed. We have some other discussion.
So you actually asked quite a few of the questions, like the number of vehicles. I know that we've already gotten complaints and that you have addressed and gone out, but literally there's nothing that we can do at this point because of the new statute. But we cannot not approve this, right? And I wanted to make that very clear to the public that this was simply mimicking the state guidelines or the state law. So if it's mimicking state law and we have to put it in place, there's literally nothing that we can do other than to approve this and put it into our county guidelines, correct?
Yes, ma'am. We have two options. Basically not do anything about it and just strike out all our previous regulations and just defer to the state, and if anyone complained, send them over to the sheriff's office and indicate that they needed to file a complaint with them. Or we go ahead and we do what we have in front of you, which meets the minimum standards established by the state. We will continue to monitor it to make sure that we're up to date and making sure that we're not in violation of state law. And it at least gives us a better response, a quicker response, and doesn't misdirect sheriff staff who are needed for other bigger issues.
Right.
And we can focus on, with our code enforcement officers who are already used to going forward with that.
So if someone does have 4 cars, it's allowed. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Bob Gartman? Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Here we evolve again. Here we evolve into where our residents are in relation to home-based business. So we're in that transitional space again where through this pandemic, how many people survived was based on their home-based business. And I know we're trying to manage, and I think this move is the best move to, recognize what that state criteria is, the minimum criteria that we can hold people to. But we're just in such a transitional space on so many levels. So business is moving home, just like people were working from home as far as their working remotely. The same thing is happening with business. So we can't keep people in the box that was established in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, because again, that's not who we are or who we're becoming. So as much as I don't appreciate the state, again, taking some of our authority, our reality is they're moving the ball forward, recognizing the trend. So I just think it's important for us to acknowledge that is a reality, and we can all see it for ourselves from our own environment. So thank you.
Okay.
With that, I'll make a motion to accept,
Second.
to approve.
You'll have to be a second, because Wheeler already made a motion.
My bad.
To accept. You couldn't hear it, but would you like to be the second? Take that from Lowry?
No, let him take it.
All right. So the motion to accept by Wheeler, second by Lowry. No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? And motion carries 7-0. Item 17, ordinance 2021-43, establishing new council districts following the 2020 census by amending the Code of Ordinances.
Good afternoon, Sabrina Slack, Assistant County Attorney. I'm here to present ordinance 2021-43. This is the culmination of our redistricting process that we started back in January of this year. we have selected a map, which was Plan FI5B. The ordinance now takes that map and translates it into a boundary description and sets forth all of the census information into the ordinance itself. So now what we have before us is an ordinance that amends specifically 4232 to incorporate the population and census information, and 4234 through 38 to change the legal boundaries to reflect the new boundaries that we chose previously with Plan FI5B. The other sections are amended for some punctuation and grammatical changes, and that would be the ordinance that we have before you today. Now, the charter, section 301-1, requires that we adopt this ordinance by a 2/3 vote of the entire council. So if there's any questions or discussion, open the floor.
Ben Johnson.
Motion to approve.
Second, Gertman.
Motion to approve by Ben Johnson, second by Barb Gertman. And this is a public hearing, and we have one member of the public who would like to be heard. John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach. I know nothing can be done now, but when I was in 5th grade, Castro took over Cuba, and overnight we were getting dozens and dozens of kids, all right? We ended up building 2 schools, 2 elementary schools every year, 1 junior high, and every other year a high school. For one city, that's a lot. So we asked to have things changed, and they said, oh, we can't change that. What we do is we take the school fund, we divide it by 67, there's 67 counties, and whatever that comes out to, it comes out to. Well, we were getting $200 per student to build the schools, and another county was getting $20,000 per student. Okay, you can see the difference in the schools after a while. I don't want us to go through that. I've heard, well, we can't do anything about it because this is the way it was and we don't want to change things. I don't like that. I don't like the idea that we don't want to change things. I don't like the idea that we want to keep the, nothing against any of you all, the council members in their own district. If things change, Barb, and somebody's out in the middle of nowhere, and then we have to do this strange configuration, this gerrymandering, to keep them in their seat, it's not worth it. So I know you can't do anything now, but in the future, that wording that we have to keep people in their seat has got to come out, all right? I know there's reasons for it, but those reasons are gone, all right? So the second thing is dividing cities. I understand that I want the city of Daytona Beach to be whole. I fought for years for the county to be whole, and as you know, when I was in school, the county of Volusia ran the state, all right? We were the big dogs back then. It was called the Pork Chop Gang. Well, guess what? Things have changed. They came against us, and the county ended up getting chopped up into like God knows how many districts. And slowly but surely, we're getting whole, all right? So I'm asking you, slowly but surely, find a way to keep DeBerry whole. It really didn't have to be divided. There was another way, moving Orange City or whatever, all right? So Port Orange is divided, Daytona Beach is divided. So at some point, we have to find a way to keep the cities whole and the people of common interest together. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion from council? And there's a motion on the table to accept the map. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? And it carries 7-0. Sabrina?
I'm not very good at math, but I think that's better than 2/3. So now the next steps that we actually have a few more steps to do. I have provided the clerk of the council with the legal description, which has to be incorporated word for word into the minutes today. Those minutes will have to be certified and then provided to the state along with a proof that we advertise the change in our boundaries over the next, over 2 consecutive weeks. It has to be advertised once per week in the paper, and then that will complete the process for us. So, and I would like at this point to really thank everyone, the council, for everything they've done. I mean, we did a lot trying to work with the school board, the extra meetings, all of your consideration, your input on the plans that we did. I'd also like to thank the team. There was quite a few people who were behind the scenes working on this, not just myself. In legal, Paulo was very instrumental on assisting me with notices and those types of things. Mr. Dyer, who was here 10 years ago and also worked on this, was instrumental. My team from GIS, this is Brandon Barnett, Nancy Church, also, who were very, very helpful in generating maps and census data as quickly as they possibly could. I can't emphasize enough, this was a compressed time frame. We did 6 months worth of work in 3 months, and we completed that. Mark McLean, who is back there hiding in the back, he is the one who, after you selected the plan, created the legal description. It's a nice short 30 pages. So he was very instrumental in that, and then going back over it with his team. Pat Kuhn, who's taking pictures here. We did, because of the compressed time frame, community information was very instrumental in trying to get the word out to the public with input online and through press releases. Gary Davidson helped us with the press releases. So it was quite a large team. Carissa Green should be thanked. She has done quite a bit to keep us focused and on time with getting things on the agenda, getting them noticed and mattered timely. The gentleman up in the booth, Daryl Hill and all of his people, getting those joint meetings together in a different location after hours took a lot of effort on their part. And I just wanted to recognize everyone. And if you had music, you'd play it for the Academy Awards now, because I think that's everyone.
Deserves a round of applause. What do you guys think?
Thank you very much. I hope I didn't.
Don't go away. You couldn't have said that better. And actually, believe it or not, I was going to say all that. And not just me, but and the public might look at this and say, you guys spend too much time slapping each other on the back. But this was an amazing feat that you undertook and got it done with a lot of constraints from the federal government, the timing that you had to do it, and you did it, and you did it well. I'm not sure if the school board has finalized a map yet. So, and no, Mr. Nicholson, it's not perfect, but it's what we had to deal with. And so this council, every member wanted to take some time to give you some special recognition. Not just you, Sabrina, you included, but your entire staff. And so we're going to embarrass you a little bit if y'all would just stay there. And I'm going to come down stairs. Well, look at this. And this is truly a little bit of slapping on the back, but we felt like, and your senior staff felt like, that you really needed to be recognized for the service to this community for the next 10 years. We're going to live with this. So thank you, and we want to thank each one of you individually. We'll start from this end and go down there. Sabrina Slack. Thank you very much. And you want pictures with each one of these, or when we're done?
I get one big picture.
Okay, so I can just keep going? Good.
Did you spell Sabrina's name right? Did we get?
They did spell her name right. Brandon Barnett. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Nancy Church. This is awkward, isn't it? With hands full. Thank you very much. Pat Kuhn. Thank you, Pat. Mark McLean. Thank you, sir. All right. Do you want them, where do you want them for a group picture? With the entire council, or, okay.
Let me just say, Pat wants someone else to get up on a chair and take this picture, I bet.
You're taller.
Hey, lady, you're the vice chair. Get over here in the middle. Over here. Aggravates.
He's over here.
Oh, there he is. I thought you were still down there.
Move to the right a little
Okay.
bit. Ben,
I'm gonna
take a
move back
step to
over
the
here.
right.
See, now that he came up, we thought you would stay down there.
Well, I have it pretty good. But no, we do little things back here.
Oh, it's Christmas, right?
All right, that should be good. Thank y'all so much.
In lieu of a pay raise, enjoy your plaques.
Thank you.
Oh, you had to ruin it. Good plan, Kevin. Item 18.
Tad?
Somebody's, Pat Kuhn.
Dr. Lowry wants you. Dr. Lowry wants you.
And Kevin, you're going to present the sponsorship request for the Martin Luther King Jr. celebration of Florida?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair, honorable members of council, Kevin Captain, Community Information Director. Agenda item 18 is a sponsorship request from Martin Luther King Jr. Celebration for Florida Incorporated for their annual Martin Luther King celebration, which will take place on January the 17th. The request is for $1,500. The county has previously sponsored this event. Donations will be used for scholarships for deserving high school students, a community festival, voter education and registration, and community affairs.
Motion to approve by Johnson, second by Wheeler. And Barb Gartman for discussion.
Not for discussion, I think more clarification. So there are typically 3 events in 3 different areas. So I think typically we get for different ones. So I just wanted to put that out to the public so it doesn't sound like the same thing. I believe this one is Daytona.
That's correct, Ms. German,
Thank you.
and thank you for the clarification, because the next one will be for West Volusia.
Right.
Okay.
For DeLand.
Correct.
Okay.
And this one is for Daytona Beach?
Yes, sir. Daytona Beach.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0, $1,500 for the Martin Luther King Jr. celebration. And which brings us to item 18A, which is another sponsorship request.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item 18A is also a sponsorship request. This is from Greater Union Life Center Incorporated for their Martin Luther King breakfast, which will be held on January the 17th in DeLand. We've sponsored in the past, and they're asking for $1,500, which will be used for programs to assist low-income families. And again, that's on the 17th at breakfast. That starts at 9 a.m., and that will be at the Stetson House.
Nice. Motion to approve by Wheeler, second by Johnson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. And Kevin, while you're here, would you like to do community events update?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kevin Captain, Community Information Director. So the next agenda item are the community events and the COVID update. So for events, we have State of the County. We are planning for the event coming up on Tuesday, February the 8th. It'll be at 11:30. Volusia County Chair Jeff Brower will deliver the annual State of the County address at the Ocean Center in the exhibit hall, and a buffet lunch will be served. So for reservations, staff can call the county manager's office, or they can send an email to Claudia Pizarro at cpizarro@volusia.org. A news release and more information will be soon to come. Also, today, earlier, or actually ending right about at 2 o'clock today, Veteran Services presented a Veterans Stand Down at the Florida Department of Health in Volusia County. The event provided free clothing, toiletries, vaccines, gift cards, and representatives from multiple agencies were able to talk about veterans' benefits and resources for vocational services, education, and homelessness. There was also a drawing for a $100 Walmart gift card. So that's just ending now. And come join us for another ribbon cutting of the newly completed section of trail that extends from 1792 and Benson Junction Road to West High Banks Road at Rob Sullivan Community Park, which will be on January 21st at 11 a.m., from 11 to 1 p.m. And you can park in Rob Sullivan Park. And as normal, we still continue to have Explore Volusia events, LEC events, events at the, besides the LEC, in the Marine Science Center and other areas. You can check the county calendar, and it pops up all of the events that are noted there for the remainder of the month. I'd also just like to mention that our COVID-19 campaigns on social media continue. We have 5 of them, and the reach has been over 1 million, and the impressions have been nearly 3 million. And we will very likely increase those. I also just want to mention another event whose coordination has now just been confirmed, and it's at the Marine Science Center, and that'll be the unveiling of the Andy Warhol iconic signed screen print donated by Jim Benedict, retired owner of Benedict Advertising and Marketing. The print will be on permanent display at the Marine Science Center. Andy Warhol, who died in 1987, was one of the first artists to break through into the pop art movement and created 250 of these signed prints of Turtle 360A to coincide with the 1985 release of the film Turtle Diary. The image is based on a photograph which was screen printed and illustrated with shades of blues, purples, and greens. So it's a beautiful print that will be on display at the Marine Science Center. With that, unless you have any questions, I'll turn it over to Ethan Johnson with the Florida Department of Health in Volusia County. Okay. Ethan.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. All right, so as of December 10th, there were 77,710 cases in Volusia County and 1,618 deaths documented. Our case positivity still continues with a general downward trend. However, you will notice there was a slight uptick in case positivity from the week ending in December 2nd to the week ending in December 9th. I'll talk about that a little bit in a second. And as of December 12th, which was Saturday, our 7-day positivity rate was down to 3.45%. So across the U.S. during the past week, cases have increased by 12%, hospitalizations by 8%, and deaths by 5%. Again, that's across the entire country. And 99% of these cases are attributable to the Delta variant still. So that's still the predominant variant. Our case rate here in Volusia is at 66.1 cases per 100,000 population. This indicates we're at substantial transmission, but 3 weeks ago we dropped down to around 48.9, which is moderate. So given this there has been a slight increase in cases, but what we also notice is that there's been a significant increase in testing. So this is likely associated with the holiday season as well as concern around the Omicron variant. So given that we don't see the same thing happen in the positivity rate yet, and we do see that slight increase in cases, I think it may be a little too early for us to attribute that to increased prevalence of the virus in the community. What it means is there are just more cases at this time. The state is at 44 cases per 100,000 population, and the country is up to 249.9, which is very high. So as I've been mentioning the last few times I've been here, the demand for vaccination is declining, or it has declined, but the percent of our 5 and up population who is vaccinated continues to slowly climb. Last week, 1,824 Volusia County residents received a vaccine. The previous week, it was 2,085. Last week, also, booster recommendations were expanded to include 16 to 17-year-olds for the Pfizer vaccine. So the Omicron variant. On November 24th, a new variant was reported to the World Health Organization. On December 1st, the first confirmed U.S. case of the Omicron variant was identified. And then on December 7th, CDC identified the first variant case in Florida. Presently, cases have been identified in Hillsborough County, St. Lucie County, and Miami-Dade counties. This map is already outdated. I sent this yesterday morning, so it's already outdated, but their Omicron cases have been reported in 30 states and in Washington, D.C. So it's projected that the Omicron variant will spread more easily than the original COVID-19 virus, but not enough data has been gathered to fully compare transmissibility of the Omicron variant to the Delta variant. The World Health Organization has reported that early data indicates that Omicron may be more transmissible than Delta, but cause less severe symptoms. The current vaccines are still expected to protect individuals from severe illness, hospitalization, and death due to infection, but breakthrough cases of fully vaccinated individuals likely and honestly expected. And at this time, what's really important in local county health departments really across the country are these epidemiologic investigations, because that's how we find out this information when we call, in terms of how transmissible the virus is, and also in terms of the severity of the illness and vaccination status and all of that. So this is all information that's still being collected and of course reported to CDC. And at this time, locally, our lab samples are being tested at the state level, or samples of them are being tested and sent to CDC. That's how the variants are being identified, which is the same way that Delta was originally. Hospitalization data has remained relatively stable over the last month. There were 27 new admissions, 2.69% of the beds used for COVID-19 patients, and 8.8% ICU beds used during the 7-day time period. So, of course, we continue to provide COVID-19 vaccines at all of our office locations, and we're still doing PCR testing in Orange City and at our Holstenback location by appointment. We've reduced our hours. It's by appointment, so we're trying to be as accommodating as possible, but we have reduced our hours due to that decrease in demand. But we are continuing with the community vaccination and providing outreach and education. A little over a week ago, it was a Friday, and on that one day we hosted 2 events at our DOH Volusia sites, specifically targeting that younger adolescents, but everybody was eligible to be vaccinated. We also, on that same day, we had an event with SMA Healthcare and Paul Corporation. So between those events, we gave about 128 COVID vaccines. This past weekend, we had an event at the Farm Workers Association where about 41 individuals were vaccinated. On average, about 16% of the doses that we give at the health department are still first doses. Only about 7% of all the doses we give are between that 5 to 11-year-old group. And then the rest of the doses we give are boosters or additional doses. And today, Kevin Captain already mentioned, we're working with Veteran Services at our Holstenback location to provide vaccines, education, food cards. And as always, we continue to promote our local pharmacies and encourage individuals to get vaccinated there as well, especially if that's easier for you to access. Outside of COVID, the State Department of Health has had our administrator and health officer position advertised for our local county health department for the last month. That closed last week on the 9th, so we're hoping to have a little information regarding that transition soon. And then additionally, the 2022 Volusia Flagler Community Health Assessment has opened. So, county health departments and hospitals work collaboratively to get these health assessments done every 3 years. This year, we are doing it collaboratively with Flagler County, and the primary partners, of course, are Volusia and Flagler County government, the health departments in both counties, Halifax, Advent Health, SMA Healthcare, and Flagler Cares. And then this is the last slide. This photo was taken at a vaccination event last week at the Babe James Center, which is also a Toys for Tots location. Santa got a booster. Although the emergence of Omicron variant presents a level of uncertainty, the mitigation strategies and the work that's happening on the local level hasn't changed. It's still the same message. Continue to wear a mask when necessary, continue with hand washing, continue to avoid large crowds, and of course, continue with vaccination. I am happy to answer any questions.
Barbara Gertman.
Travel COVID testing, is that done at your sites?
So we will not turn someone away. We will test. We prioritize individuals who've been exposed to COVID, but we will do that testing. However, it's probably more convenient for individuals to go to one of the community-based sites. And there have actually, just before council this morning, I got an email. There is another group that's trying to come into the community, and they specifically do offer travel vaccination. I think if it's for traveling and you need that tight turnaround, there may be a fee associated with it.
Right.
So if we think that's a resource that's needed in the community, we can push that a little bit more.
Okay. Do we have that information as far as testing and access on our site still?
Everything is linked through our PIN page, and what we normally do is we route with a URL a link that goes directly to the primary source that has that information. So we can certainly double check and collaborate to make sure that the most recent things are on there, but that's kind of the reason why we want people to go right to the site. So we're the conduit that provides people the information back to the Florida Department of Health site.
I just want to make sure what's needed is, especially with the holiday season coming up and with as much travel, and the more we know, the better, right? What's the status? What are we seeing with the flu at this time? Because I know at one point there was, very little. And I think things have relaxed.
It's nothing alarming. I mean, it's flu season, cases are rising, but that is part of the reason why we have been providing, and I didn't mention that today, but we do typically take the flu vaccine along with us to all of the COVID events. So it's nothing alarming, but we are projecting for that number to continue to increase, especially as COVID declines and individuals feel a little bit safer and maybe lit up on some of those mitigation strategies for COVID, that we're keeping the flu numbers low.
And is it anticipated that the vaccine manufacturers are going to be able to tweak those formulas to address when different variants?
Right, so there's no straightforward answer for that at this point because there is so much unknown. I know that at this point, some people are getting a little agitated with, you have the boosters and it's very complex. So at this time, there isn't a straight answer.
We still don't know what we don't know.
Exactly.
Basically. Yeah. Because each year with the flu vaccine is tweaked based on the strains that are presenting, correct? So, yes. Okay. Lastly, I know at one time we were talking and you had mentioned that there were a couple of new coordinators, health coordinators in the area that were working through Department of Health. Has that started?
Health coordinators, is it specific
Ida,
to COVID? Okay, yes.
Ida, and I think there was another person. Can you tell me what they're doing in relation to public health?
Yes, so Mrs. Ida Wright, who used to be with the school board, she does work with us now. Her primary role right now has to do with mitigation strategies with K through 12 schools. And she's coordinating events with the school board, working closely with our school health program, as well as the school health nursing staff. so that testing kits, which is one thing that we've been really trying to get out, especially with the quick expiration date on some of them that we have, trying to get those in the hands of parents and schools, and also setting up smaller events when asked, so that vaccination can occur in those groups. We just now are discussing the possibility of IDA taking on more of a regional role, so the Department of Health has dollars to address health disparities, and this is a kind of a developing program, but there is a regional role where IDA might assist with that. And then the other piece as it relates to COVID is Dr. Danielle Wilson-Howard from Bethune-Cookman. And she has been working a lot with the colleges and the universities, specifically Embry-Riddle and Bethune-Cookman, with engaging college students and their hesitancy, as well as engaging non-healthcare frontline workers. So right now, they're assessing some of the businesses, especially hospitality, restaurant industry, and asking their experiences related to COVID, and then tweaking program based on those results, those findings.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. I also want to follow back up with you in relation to the sickle cell conversation that I've had. I've heard that there's a bill that's going to be presented, and just some further movement. So want to let council know and staff that we want to work towards getting a Volusia County resource for those with sickle cell. So
absolutely, sounds great.
Thank you. Take care.
Are we still providing monoclonal antibody treatments? Are they available in Volusia County?
Still available in Volusia County. Family Health Source and the hospitals are the primary providers at this point, though.
Okay, good. I think it's good for the public to know that as well, because they've, at least the feedback, we don't talk about it much on the council, but I get a lot of feedback that it's been very helpful for people. So I just think it's important that the public knows that there are treatments available too. If you get sick, go get it.
And we receive that feedback as well, absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. That brings us to 20. It's that time of the year when we evaluate the county manager and the county attorney. And it's a little bit unusual, but it's very important. It's a little bit unusual, I say, because usually when someone's evaluated, it's done in the privacy of an office with a supervisor and an employee. In this case, for these two positions, since these are the two positions that serve at the pleasure of the council, their evaluations are done in the sunshine, before God and everybody. So it's a serious moment for them and for the county and for the council, and I want to couch it in that seriousness. So I think what I will do is just, Billy, time is okay, is I'll just go through the list and roll call and let each council person speak to the attorney and the county manager if they care to, and say anything they would like to. And I'm sorry, Barb, but you're first today.
So what I would have to say is, I think I'm back to where you've heard me all meeting. The word for this meeting is evolving. And the reality that I think the county is in transition, and I think that both George and Mike, Attorney Dyer and County Manager Reckenwald are in the right place at the right time for where we are as a county. and the level of leadership, trust, and confidence that's needed by our staff to feel empowered and feel that they have someone that has their back. And I think that's really important for where we've gone as a county and where we are at this time, coming through almost 2 years now of a pandemic and all the uncertainty and imbalance and change that has brought upon us unexpectedly, right? So we were managing things the best we could prior, but now put on top of that something totally unexpected. I've been proud of how you've both been able to respond to that, and again, how you've helped staff be able to step up and manage that as well. So I thank you both for being who you are, how you are, and for me, I think a big part of a disconnect was with staff, right? And I think they really needed that reassurance. And as we see staffing challenges, being able to maintain and hire quality staff at this time is usually a testament of the two of you. So I appreciate that. If I were to say anything other that I would like to see myself, I would like to see for me, and I'm going to take some accountability for this as well, but I'd like to see more follow-up to our discussion, right? Because many times we'll talk about things and the intentions are good, but the follow-up and the closure may not be the best. So I'm going to work myself to be better connected with our assistants and staff, the staff assistants, to then keep that alignment and keep that communication flowing, so when the door opens, I'm assured that it gets closed. If I'm told that something can get done and I've communicated that to the public, I'm going to hold you accountable to figure out how to make that happen, because that's what I rely on you to do. If you're telling me, let me check it out, let me see what I can do, then I'm just looking for that feedback to say, what's our next step forward to get to closure? If it's, we can't do this, you know, I always want to know what we can do and how we can do it, and what our options are. So I think that's, and I hate going first. I like waiting to the end, but again, you know, I appreciate both of you and all your hard work, and yeah, I thank you.
Very good. I'm going to juggle this a little bit. Billy Wheeler has a much anticipated appointment for the exit of the Bethune
Voyage. They call it the
statue.
Bon
Voyage to DC.
Yeah.
So I'm going to allow
Thank you,
Wheeler
Mr.
to
Chair.
go
Thank you.
next.
Yeah, Mary McLeod Bethune, the statue is wrapped up, and today, for the board members that have raised the funding and been the big backbone of all of this, we have a big bon voyage to send her off in the morning. So today will be our bon voyage. So this is a really historical thing. And so I asked him if I could possibly get first so I can get on my way. I'm going to stick around as long as I can. But thank you, Mr. Chair, for making that happen. Mine kind of follows Barbara. In fact, the things that I had written down sounds pretty much like a repeat. So both of my things are going to be to the attorney and the manager at the same time, because it's pretty much the same communication. Number one, I see the county moving forward, the evolution that we're talking about with the new hires that you are getting surrounding you in these vital positions. I keep thinking we can't hire anybody better, but we keep getting really, really good qualified people to back you, which says a lot for you, both of you, as to that you want the best, not just for your team, but for our team. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate that, because so far everybody that I have worked with has been so willing to communicate and give suggestions and everything else. I'm like, Barbara, I don't like no. I just, Mike, at this point, I'm going to just throw in there, the only time I want to hear no is when we're here at the dais and we're having a hiccup and we're not online of where we're supposed to be holding our meeting according to our rules and guidelines. I expect you to break in. I expect you, and I encourage you to break in and say, we need to get back online, and that's not really acceptable, or whatever the law is. I would ask you to please take that liberty, because you are our guidance in those Robert rules, So if we get off stray or get out of line or get something that's not going, I encourage you to say, no, that can't be done, because we depend on that. We need that. The change that I've seen in the community when I got on council, one of the main reasons that I ran and I left city council to be on county was because as a city commissioner, I found the relationship with the county was really not good, not what I felt it should be. And since communication was always such a big thing for me with my citizens and the people around me, and as Volusia County League of Cities chair and everything else, I realized with the other cities, they were all feeling the same thing, that the communication with the county, they just didn't have any communication. What they had, they didn't like, because they felt we were strong-arming them. That has changed. I get nothing but accolades from the cities that I deal with, saying we just can't believe the difference in the communication. And that, George, is a lot because of you. You've been there firsthand speaking with those managers and the council and everything else. And I just want to thank you, because that makes it easier for us. We are engaged with our cities. I again would ask that when there is something coming up in a city, any of the cities that we represent, that you let us know that you're talking with our city or the managers of the cities that's in our district, because if we're not aware of what's being discussed, if there's a hiccup along the way, we're going to be the first ones that hear it and not even know what the whole deal is about. So, and a lot of times, if there's a hiccup and they tell me, I like being that buffer that I can go back to my staff and say, hey, why can't this be done? They're upset at me, and I've got all of the city. So that's my role as a commissioner, is to represent them. So you can help us with that by letting us know when there's vitally important conversations with them. Thank you for all that you did during Amendment 10. Holy cow. And then the census, and Sabrina and your group, if you're still in here, wow. I just, it's just been amazing, some of the hurdles that we've had. And it just shows the governance that we have, because we're getting through it. We're getting through all of it. And we've had a lot of things to trip us, but we've maintained, just kept going on, kept pushing through it. And your attitude, Mr. Manager, of calmness, even though I know you were grinding your stomach and probably drinking a lot of Tums and whatever else you had, you always created, I got this. At times when we were panicking, over situations with COVID and everything else, you maintained that for us too. And for that, I deeply appreciate. The same comments that Barbara had, I want us to constantly be looking, where can we be better? What can we do better? What changes that we need to do to amp up to the next level for everything that we do. But I also need that communication, and I'm going to take part of the blame on that also. But when I do ask of something, if it can be done, and I'm given a yes, I take it as a yes, and I go to the city or the commissioner that I have had the request made, and I tell them, we got this, we got this. And what I don't like to do is have to go back and say, we don't have it, I don't have it. That is probably the worst thing that I can do, because I want the people that I work with to work for to trust me that when I say, we got this, we're going to come in and we're going to help, we can do this or provide this. That I really would like to see move forward a little bit more, because I've had a couple of those hiccups. And like I said, when I turn them over and I get a yes, I kind of take it off my top priority list. I keep it on the list, you know, but when I go back and see that the story has changed, it's very difficult for me as a commissioner too. And I've talked with you about that, George. So those are the things that I'd like to see some work on. All in all, I just think we have such a good county, and our staff and our employees, the fact that I think it's changed too for the employees, and I feel the employees, we represent them too, because they're part of our citizens. So to see the difference in their willingness to be a part of the actions, you know, and you're allowing them to have those voices, that's important to me too, because I'm working with them, and I get really good things, you know, even with my assistant, you know. I know she feels good. She feels good about her job, and that makes it better for me when I'm working with her every day. She's an encourager to me as well as I try to be that for her. So that was my main thing, communication. We can always improve on that. But thank you for the things that you've done in these couple years of hurdles, and especially this last year, but getting this Amendment 10 completed, and the COVID, and all those things I certainly appreciate. And Mike, just call us out when we're going down the wrong path. You have every right to pound on something and say, wait, council, let's get you back on course, you know, this is unacceptable, or whatever it is. Thank you very much. Thank you, Suzanne. Thank you, George, for bringing Suzanne, and she's a good yin to your yang or something, I don't know. But thank you very much for just working with us the way you do, and surrounding yourself with quality people. Thank you.
Thank you. And you can just go when you need to, and that brings us to Ben Johnson.
Having 7 bosses is quite a challenge, especially when all of us have a personality. I think you've handled that very well, though, realizing that you work with the majority, but still trying to think when any of us are in the minority, that we are, you know, that we're respected, and that's important. I find you to be very attentive to questions and suggestions. You listen to us, and you come back with some kind of an answer that I think is normally very well thought out. You're open-minded. I like that. You have put together a fantastic staff. I've been with this county longer than anybody else in this room in one fashion or another. And I have to say that the staff you have put together is the best I've ever seen. And I'm talking all the way down, because we need something out of Clay, we need something out of Ben, out of Kevin, any of them. Donna, we get the answers. I think they sit down, they research them, they come up with some great ideas, and you're no better than what your staff is. And you know, the old adage, you put people that are smarter than you to work for you. I'm not saying you're not smart, we won't quite go there. But no, you've done a fantastic job, though, of putting together an excellent staff. Suzanne, I think that was a fantastic find on your part. I find you to be respectful. I've never seen you, even when you've been under fire, in times when I felt like it may have been unfair, you still stayed respectful, you stayed fair, and you stayed calm. Great attributes. You're non-emotional even when under fire. The manner in which you handled, and your staff, Amendment 10, which we all know was something that was handed to us with not a lot of direction because it had never been done before. The way you had to build divisions, build the constitutional officers, some of them from scratch, but put it together, but in the manner you negotiated the end with the least possible effect on the county that you could have was very admirable. I thought you just did a great job on that. If I had one thing to say is I think you need to pick up the phone a little quicker. We've said that before. Sometimes when I call, I really expect it because I may not be available later. But you do got to remember, the seven of us up here are the ones that decide if you want to be here next Tuesday or not. But that's the one thing that I would say you need to do a little quicker because, you know, it might be we're trying to tell you the vehicle barn's on fire.
Right.
But it doesn't matter. You need to pick that up. If we have to get off the phone, that's fine. I think you've done an excellent job under some very difficult circumstances that were handed to you by the state and even us. And I'm proud to call you our county manager. Mr. Dyer, I think you've done a good job. It's kind of hard stepping into that role even though you've been an assistant. It's still a whole new ball game when you are the boss and the era is appointed at you. I think you're doing well. You're picking up the pace more and more all the time, getting your feet under you. And that counts. Nobody should ever expect you to be running full bore right off the bat. You've done a great job of putting together a staff of attorneys. And I have to say that even when I was sheriff, the staff of attorneys that worked for this county was second to none. I was always very confident in the legal advice and their representation that they gave us, and I feel the same way now, that you have put together a staff of attorneys that are competent, courteous, well-rounded, smart, and are doing a great job. I like you, if I have one thing that I think you need to do, and that is like Ms. Wheeler said, you need to start being a little more assertive when you see any of us up here stepping out of line to let us know that we've overstepped the line or we need to bring it back inside the rules. And that's about the only real thing that I can take and dig you on. But I think you've done a good job for us, and I think you're a good find for the county of Volusia. That's where I stand on both of y'all. Any other things I would have to say, you know, normally we say them when we see you.
Yeah.
But I'm very proud of you. I'm very proud of the job that your staff has done for this county and the way it goes on. And that goes back to the point, part of what I'm saying is I'll have a complaint about something, we can hand it to you, and I know it's going to be looked at, and how important that is because we're the ones who end up under fire if that's not taken care of. And usually when I get back with the people who have contacted me, they're happy because they were paid attention to and there was some kind of action was taken or explained why action couldn't be taken, which is just as important. But that keeps us out of trouble and the county out of trouble. And you all have done an excellent job of that. Thank you.
Dr. Lowry.
Thank you. Barb, there's advantages to going first. It makes it look like you planned it out and we're just copying you when we repeat what you've said. And I just about have to echo everything I've heard so far. I'll never forget years ago back on the trail, my house is near the trail, and these guys were back there working for the county. And I went back there and I said, hey, you all work for the county? He said, yeah. I said, I work for the county too. And we got to chat, and I said, who's your boss? He said, well, Mr. Rechtenwald. And they said, well, what do you do? I said, well, I guess I'm Mr. Rechtenwald's boss. And they looked at me so funny like they couldn't figure that out. But then I finally explained to them. Good bunch of guys. And I sat around and talked with them, and hardworking, and they were doing their job and so forth. They didn't know I was snooping on them, but anyway, they did a good job. I, like Billy, came from a city commission position to the county, and I think the first thing that just blew my doors off when I came on, and Deltona's not a small town. was the vast scope of work that we do. I mean, I didn't even know there was a difference between saltwater and freshwater mosquitoes till I came on the council here, you know. And just the scope of work that's done by this staff. I mean, a budget that has, what, 50,000 line items if you bust it all down to the expanded version. I mean, you know, it's just amazing what this county staff does. I think of course, being a pastor, I'm thinking of Bible verses, and I'm thinking of the Mordecai talking to Ruth and saying, or not Ruth, but Esther, Queen Esther, and saying, you're here for such a time as this. And I think back in 06, 07, 08, when we had Jim Deneen and Dan Eckert, who got us through some really hard times of a crash that actually lasted 5 or 6 or 7 years. That was a lot of hard work, but I think you guys are the same way. You're here for such a time as this. We haven't had a crash, but we had a COVID, and man, that was there for 2 years, just drastically changed everything, and it's still impacting us in a lot of ways. You guys have done a tremendous job in regard to that. Have got us through some really, really hard times. I kind of agree with a couple of things with Ben there. You know, sometimes I feel like you guys get back with us pretty quickly, and I appreciate the effort that you do there. You know, I think one thing that is a barometer of your leadership is who wants to work for you. And as already been mentioned, the great staff that's here. I see staff out and about in different places, and I try to go up and introduce myself or just say hi and talk to them. Or if I ask Mr. Bartlett or whatever for information, I get it right away. And I greatly appreciate that. The answers are thorough and the answers are quick. And I just appreciate the work that you guys do. But then I want to say some things about Heather and Suzanne. No, I'm just kidding anyway. Just want to get their attention. But anyway, Mike, you two, always getting back with me on things, explaining things to me. I'm not an attorney, so boy, it really helps me to have you explain things. And again, appreciate the job you guys are doing. Thank you.
Heather Post.
So just like last year, I did written evals, and I've already gotten with Mike and George on this, but certainly I think it helps to be on the record. I'll start with Mike. Mike did his end-of-year report for us, and it was full of accomplishments and discussion about the litigation and non-litigation highlights that you've worked on during the year, and it was pretty extensive. And you know, there was a lot of things this year, and there was a lot of out-of-the-box things this year, especially. And I think you handled that, all of that very well. One of the things I've greatly enjoyed has been your timely and detailed updates of legislative developments and your court cases. That's definitely a move in the right direction. Your communication with council is consistent, and you know, you never hesitate to reach out, to call, whether it's even in the evening or the weekend or whatever, if you think it's something that we need to be hearing. I like that a lot, in that communication. The initiative in providing information, so on that preemptive committee, providing a list of preemption situations that the state has done to me for that committee, and providing other things for various committees or meetings has been very appreciated, and not just from you, but from your entire staff. I know I've talked to a number of them about that stuff. I would say I would like to see more movement in ensuring that correct and adequate information is provided to us on various things. You know, good, bad, or indifferent, so that we can do the knowledgeable decision making that we need to do in our jobs. All information needs to be provided. I know I discussed that last year, but all information, not just the information geared toward a desired outcome, and that doesn't happen often, but on occasion, and we discuss that. you and your staff have been extremely responsive to all requests. And let's see, I think I've gone over most of your stuff. I wanted to point out too that this year you're actually working to move us in this direction, which I love, towards 2021, and moving everything to electronic. So, I think the percentage you gave was saving 13% of the budget, which I thought was pretty fantastic as well. So, moving everybody across the board to better technology is certainly a plus, especially for your division. But overall, I really enjoy working with you. I enjoy working with the staff. You guys, your staff has been more present at our council meetings this last year than ever before, and I have deeply appreciated that. You know, you're consistently providing information to us and to the public, right? Because that's the whole point of these meetings. And your staff has always been around to provide that, and not just hanging out in the background, but really coming up to the podium and providing a lot of answers and detail on all kinds of stuff. So I would love to see that continue. That has been fantastic. So all in all, just a couple things that we could improve on, but super happy with your work product, and I appreciate it. So you helped to make my job easier in that role. George provided like 100-page end of the year report, which was fantastic because you've been doing a lot of things. But after spending the last 4 months going over that, just kidding. But I got that eval done. Same thing, George. You have really improved in getting us information on industry trends, on you and staff, on legislative updates, on anything coming down the pike outside of county. You've really been good at working to get that information to me and to us. I've greatly appreciated that. One of the things, I think probably the best thing that I have noticed actually is your momentum to make positive changes. And that's encompassed in a lot of different areas. So that's you've really been working at getting good teams together. That's very evident. Working to change the culture a little bit, working to just make sure that directors are, the relationship, I think, between us and directors is much more open, and having that ability to just call Ben Bartlett up or send him an email and ask something because a constituent asked instead of going through 12 people helps everybody out, I think. And it's good too, because then we see how responsive and everything they are. So that's been really good. Just like Billy mentioned, I had down here as well. Very important, though, I would love to see some work done on making sure that we're apprised of the meetings that you have with city managers within our districts, or or if there's a community meeting in our district, or anything prevalent concerning our districts, just that we're made aware so that it's not a surprise. And also that when guidance or counsel or guidance or direction is provided, that it be implemented and not postponed, and that there is the follow through. If I were to say the one thing that really that I would love to see being worked on, and we discussed that, is the follow through, and just making sure that when we have discussions and I'm told A, B, and C is going to happen, and I'm like, good, crossed off my plate, moving on, and 2 weeks later, I find out maybe not so much. But I don't think it's an intentional thing. I think just there's a lot going on. but that is your role in leadership, and so I would love to see more accountability from underneath and just ensuring that everybody's on the same page and working towards the same goals. You've really been getting out into the community. The citizens of Volusia County, they expressed interest in being more informed of agency goings on, right? And you have been very good at going out in the community and talking to people, going to chamber breakfasts and those kinds of things, and just really working to expand our community information division, working to expand a number of divisions to really move us all, in a much better direction. I have to give accolades to the Community Information Division at this time, because I think that is really just a great representation of the momentum that we've had in this past year and where we're headed. But if you look at a video from last year and you compare it to this year, or you look at some of the things that have been done previously, I think we've really come a long way. In just IT and just how we operate and how we do things, and the branding and the visual impact that Volusia County has as a whole, and that makes a huge difference. You guys did the housing summit the other day, and oh my gosh, that was fantastic, right? And I have to tell you, I was so proud to be sitting in the audience and seeing everyone from community services working on everything, and seeing everyone from community information working on everything, and looking up at that stage. It wasn't a Podunk County stage, right? And we're not a Podunk County. I always say we're top 10th and 11th in land mass and population, for heaven's sakes, right? We should be up here. And that summit was up here. I was very proud to have people from all around the state come and see that representation. And that's more of what I'm seeing from county staff and county admin. So I think that's good, and I think that's due to your leadership in that area. Let me see, because I don't want to miss anything. I think I've probably gone over most. I think anything more would just be regurgitating what others have said. So I'll just say, we've talked about some things that I would love to see worked on, and we discussed. But overall, I think you're very good for the county, and I really like the direction that we're headed. I really do. And I also like the direction that council is headed, because this is a very different council from 15 years ago, from even 5 years ago. I think we're a lot of things, but I think we're headed in a very good direction. So thank you for all your work. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'm not going to go through everything. Everyone, each council member has pretty much hit the nail on the head. We're pretty easy keepers, depending on who you ask in District 3. You guys have just done a tremendous job focusing on our requests, supporting our law enforcement, supporting our environment, everything that's important to us down in Southeast Volusia. And also, too, one of the biggest things is customer service. I brought that up early on after taking office, and coming from that background, that is very it's a big deal to me, and I really appreciate that rolling over and watching that in action with you guys. I can't tell you how many times I'll be sitting on the couch or in bed going through emails, and I'll send a random email out. I'm sure like everybody else at 10, 11, 12 at night. And I'll say, bing, and an email comes back. I'm like, holy moly, these people are still up. Or it's on the weekend. So I'm really proud of you guys with that, and it's a good reflection on how we operate. most of the time, we get action or customer service back to our constituents, whether we like the answer or not. I'd say in 8 hours or less. We have a lot to be proud of in that department. A lot of big moves with Amendment 10 and some of the other voter initiatives. Those are huge, and like Amendment 10, it hasn't been done in over 50 years, and that's something really to be proud of. Census as well, and working together with all the other constitutional officers is just an amazing process to watch. Overall, I can say it's definitely been a great experience so far, an above average performance from both y'all. The little complaints that I do have come in, I can honestly sit here and say they're because of answers that don't fit a narrative, or it's not what people want to hear. It's not based on performance or what we are or we're not doing. So you have a lot to be proud of there as well. And I've always stood by, we can always do better. And I know that you guys have that same mentality as well. And only thing that I can probably, just because of the climate that we're in, not just in a county, but as a nation, is get more involved with social media and educating our citizens on certain issues, big issues that we see coming in, a lot of emails, because we're living in a society where facts really no longer matter. You just have to be first. And I really want to turn that back around and change that narrative, because we do so much behind the scenes. You guys do so much behind the scenes, and we have to get out the facts and the truth and present it to the people so they can give us direction on how this, in what direction that this county wants to go. But you guys have a lot to be proud of. Good job, and I look forward to 2022. Thank you.
Well, I'm putting myself in the mind of the public and wondering, if for anybody that's listening into this, are they disappointed? Are they waiting for the dirt and the bad stuff? And I don't want to disappoint them, but I have to. Because there really isn't any dirt. Could there be improvement? For every one of us up here, there could be. I'm asked almost everywhere I go, and probably everyone on this dais is there corruption? And that's how they ask, with a nod of the head. And I say, you mean me, the council members, the staff? No, the county attorney and the county manager. They make a lot of money in the circles that they keep. And I have found myself saying, more times than not, we don't travel in the same circles. In fact, I'm pretty sure that we don't even have circles, because your circles are on the 3rd floor. And you're usually, both of you men are usually the last ones to leave, the first ones to get here. And the circles that you're keeping, at least for the county manager, a lot of the places that I have to go and be accountable to, he's there doing the same thing. And so I don't know when he sees his wife and kids. And the same for Michael Dyer. What I do know is that I have a question, if I have an issue, a problem, even an issue with something they have done, and I will send an email out on Kevin Captain's probably laughing back there, at 11 o'clock on a Friday or Saturday or Sunday night, and I always put at the top, this is for Monday. 10 minutes later, I'll get the answer at midnight on Saturday or Sunday. They are, Heather, you were right. Before I ever decided to run, and then I had asked you about the county manager, and you were encouraged then with what you saw, but I kept an open mind and made my own evaluation. I also did a written evaluation that I have not shared with either one of you. It's just, I was an executive recruiter for 6 years, and so it's something I got used to doing. It helped me, formulate questions So I printed one out that I used to use, and I will share it with you, and there are personal notes in it, and I wrote them by hand because I knew that you wouldn't be able to read it, and then we would have to talk about it. You'd pick out some of this stuff. And so, Mike, I want to start with you since everybody else is kind of picking on George. Somebody said, I don't remember who it was, tell us to get in line when we, I suppose probably Ben. Ben always says that. Well, you do, but it's the way that you do it that has encouraged me and been an incredible help to me as the new guy here. Probably Danny might feel the same way as a newly elected person. I had a lot of things to learn, and you had a lot of things to offer, and you have frequented my office more times than I can count, at least weekly, and I'm in there a lot because I'm trying to learn, and I want to be responsible to the other people on this dais and everybody that elected us. And you have been a tremendous help in giving me counsel, telling me what the law says. Sometimes I didn't like it, and I've tried to find alternatives, and so communication has been good. It's also an area where I said that there was improvement needed, and so I want to bring that up when because it's written down, and I said in this paragraph that I wrote that it doesn't mean you need improvement necessarily. It means you and I need improvement. And that's saying a lot, because everything I just said was true. We talk a lot, and you just appear in my office. But not only that, I don't know how many times Heather's been to my office, and every one of the attorneys. And a sign of a good leader, and this goes to both of you, is the people that you've surrounded yourself with. The kind of people that you hire, and the kind of people that you're able to keep after you hire them. And as far as the attorney's office goes, you cut your office, you cut your budget, and when you were appointed, I had a relationship with your predecessor, but it's different than what you and I had, because I wasn't elected, and he sued me, and you have not so far. So the day is early. He sued me and 11 other people, but it was always whenever the News Journal printed it, because they printed the names in alphabetical order and they didn't have enough room to put all 12 names. It was always Volusia County versus Broward. And we have a much better relationship. And I don't really know your predecessor that well, except from that relationship. And hearing him in public, hearing him argue cases, you have all of my respect in the way that you argue your points and communicate and try and keep all of us out of trouble and on the right line, and to all do a good job with the county, for the county. So I'm not going to go through all of these. I'm going to give it to you. But I do want to tell you, Mike Dyer, that I am thankful that you're here. And I don't know what your circles are, other than your kids and your wife. But I do know that you're a man of integrity and of hard work and of good character and of good judgment, according to the people that you have surrounded yourself with. And Panda, do you want to interrupt me? Your name's up here. You didn't press your button? Oh, okay. So I'll give you this, Mike, and you and I can talk more about it. And for the public that says, well, this is supposed to be in the sunshine, there's nothing there's no glaring, there's no secrets in what I'm giving Mike. I believe that, and this is how I've conducted myself, is that if I have had an issue with Mike Dyer or the county manager, I go to them and we handle it in person before it festers and rots. And I've had good success with that because of the way that you have both handled. So to the public, there's nothing, no hidden dirt here or agendas. The county attorney is very important to the county. As county chair, I'm served the papers when we get sued, and we get sued a lot. This is a litigious society. We got served papers. I got served papers this morning. I do almost every county council day and days in between. And people have asked me, what can we get rid of half of the attorneys? And I said, yeah, if we'd get rid of half of the lawsuits that come our way. So, George, so thank you, Mike. And I look forward to continuing to work with you. Probably the biggest issue that you and I have had, I've heard it from almost everybody up here, is communications. And so I'll talk about that in wind up, and this will be quick. I know Ben's raring to say something. One of the things that I have learned to appreciate about you most is that you want to be first. You want Volusia County to be first as much as I do. And that's been a really pleasant thing to learn. I really didn't know. But we've had very frank conversations from my second meeting with you and your staff. The first meeting was introduction. It was pleasant, and it was me trying to learn who are these people around here, and you doing the same. Ben, you're right. I don't know. They have 7 bosses, and they can change every 2 years. That requires a lot of time to figure out who these people are, help them get up to speed, because government's different than the private sector. But you have a desire to try new things, not waste money, not waste $1 billion on some harebrained idea. But you have a desire to try new things that would benefit the county and make us the leader so that the rest of the state could follow. And that is a tremendous characteristic for a leader to have. I'm going to give you this, and rather than go through it all, I'll deal with communications as everybody else had. And I think, as Ben and Barb did, I'm going to take at least 50% of the responsibility. That I want to communicate better, but you and I have talked about this on several issues. My biggest ask of you, and it's not a complaint, it's an ask, because I watch you, and I know how much the public reaches out to us, but they also reach out to you and Mike, and especially to you. And you have sat down with me in conference rooms with the public on more than one occasion, and a lot of times when I'm not there, because I'll hear it from the public. And so you're doing some of the things that we do every day, plus your job. So I understand that, but with communications for me, there was one issue that came up, you'll recall this, that I was hit with in the public, didn't know anything about it, and I asked you, and you confirmed it, but you didn't have to inform me. You had the authority to make the decision that you made, and I said, I understand that. To me, it's a matter of good communications and respect. I will give you my word that I can be confidential when needed to, and and respectful of what you're going through, but I need the information, because I don't want to be caught flat-footed in the public and misspeak for the whole county. And so I just would ask that communications would continue to improve, even when you're not required to, but just out of respect. And I'll just leave it there. I do look forward to continuing to work with you to learn. You run the equivalent of a Fortune 500 company here. And we're continually improving. There is a lot of good in Volusia County. And I am serious about making us the destination for good businesses from around the country to come here. And I see you working on that. I know you agree with it. And so that's what I look forward to in the next year. And the things that affect that: water quality, how we grow, how we develop. So on my scale here, it says exceeds expectations, meets expectations, and needs improvement. I'll just wrap it up by saying you have met my expectations in a number of areas. You've exceeded them. And if you were evaluating me, you would find the same thing, that there's areas where Brower needs improvement. Sometimes he's met expectations. We're waiting for him to exceed them, but we'll thank you for the time that you spent with each of us in helping us do our job better. The one thing that you and Mike and your staff always say, that you said it the first time we met, that our job is to help you be successful. I didn't necessarily believe you the first time you said that, and not because I thought you were a liar. I just thought, how does he do that with 7 people? But you both work really hard to do that, Mike and George, to help us be successful, because that'll make Volusia County successful. So, and an evaluation by all of us without a lot of fireworks, which is a good sign for Volusia County, I think. Ben?
Listening to everybody up here, I'd have to say that it's pretty obvious that they're going to have employment at least through the first meeting of the coming year.
Right.
And so really now we need to stop and look at what are we going to do about it for pay raises, because it's one thing about it, you have to pay your people what they're worth. And I think that they are deserving pay of what the rest of our county employees are getting, and I'll make that motion.
Second.
So we have a motion by Johnson, second by Lowry, you want to reduce their pay to what the rest of the county employees make?
Well, we better pay them more than what they're worth, or we may lose them.
Here, here.
So what is that? Your motion is for an increase.
The motion is increase is the same amount of what our other employees are doing. They have done a good job. We need to take and give them a pay raise that's commensurate with the other county employees. They have earned it. You've got to pay your people in order to keep them. That's what my motion is.
What is that percentage? Suzanne, were you trying to say something? 3?
This year, county employees receive 4%
4%.
or $1, whichever was greater.
So I'm gonna say the 4%.
I'd agree to the $1. No, I'm just, sorry. $1 more an hour, though.
Is it $1 an hour or just $1?
It's 4%.
Okay, so the motion is for the same 4% increase that they have allowed for the entire workforce.
Yes.
Okay. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Merry Christmas. Okay. Anybody else? in 21, Billy, you made it through the entire meeting. We have, we'll let Mike and George answer any of us in their comments. But item 20 was an appointment of 2 members to the Personnel Board, and we have at least 2 people that have filled out the paperwork and qualified. I would like to nominate Arthur Burns. I don't know if the rest of you know him. From Holly Hill, was a Holly Hill City Commissioner, a very serious man. He and I don't always agree, but he's a man of great integrity and fairness, and this is a really important board for our staff because it frequently deals with personnel matters. Is there, you second the nomination? Okay. We need 2.
I'll recommend Mrs. Grant.
I don't have the screen in front of me. Can you tell us her name, Carissa, the full name?
Not without butchering it, I think it's Paromnia Grant.
Oh.
It's Promnia.
Promnia Grant.
Dr. Promnia Grant.
Okay. And if there's no objection by the council, we'll take both of them together. Was there any objection on either one? Any other feedback? So for Grant and Burns, for an appointment to the Personnel Board, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And
Mr. Brower, just for the record, I want to clarify that Ms. Wheeler made the motion to nominate Ms. Grant, and Mr. Byron's, I think you said his name is, and Dr. Lowry made the second.
Yes. Second on Burns. Did you get a second, Billy?
I'll second it.
If
I didn't at that time, but I'll second it. I seconded your.
Councilman Lowry will second both of those nominations, and they were both voted in.
7-0.
6-0. Heather, you care to vote?
I'll agree.
So it's now 7-0. Exit stage left. We'll see you next year. Yeah. Merry Christmas. Okay, that brings us to
Mr.
the.
Chairman,
Yes, sir.
it come to my attention, reference to raises, we need to make that retroactive to October 7th, just like all the other employees too.
Okay, is that a motion?
That's a motion, yes.
Second.
Motion by Johnson, second by Lowry, that the 4% raise is retroactive to October 2nd. Any discussion? Questions? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Okay. Did you have any forms for public participation? We have one member of the public who wishes to speak. Is there any guesses? You know we love you. John Nicholson.
In that case, I'll give you all your knives back. John Nicholson, Daytona Beachside. Now that Ben's not here, with regard to Mike and George, the one I've known the longest is Ben. I've known him almost 40 years. I met him at the Beachside Neighborhood Watch when he was a sheriff's officer. But then in the early 2000s, I don't know if George remembers, the county council decided to separate the RFP on the beach between the beach itself and the bathrooms. And so they had an RFP for anything east of the seawall and the bathrooms themselves. Well, I went to the rechristening of the old Whitehall. I don't know if you remember the Whitehall. It was turned into the Ocean Breeze, redone, and I had to park right next to the bathrooms. In that grassy area around the front, there were two grocery carts, a mattress, lots of trash, and the weeds were up to my armpits. So I called, talked to Jamie Seaman and George Rectorwall. I don't know if he remembers. And what happened is they had forgotten about the areas around the bathrooms. So thankfully, within the next 24 hours, they were cleaned. He just did that a couple of months ago. Mentioned to you all about the Dolphin Park and how bad it was. 8 o'clock the next morning, Danny shows up with a truck full of tools, and we go to Dolphin Park, and George had already sent crews to straighten that out. So if I were to grade either those two, as an old school teacher, I would an A to both of them, all right? And need for improvement, not at this point, but I do come to meetings occasionally, and if I have a problem, I will let you know. Regarding the Amazon project, thinking holistically, if you look at that area as a rectangle, the river to 95, ISB to Belleville, the only area that you have to cut through is Bellevue. And I anticipate huge increase in traffic on both of those major roads. There are 6 roads going east and north and south, but only one bisecting. So if there's a problem on Bevel or a problem on ISB, how do you get past? And that area is going to grow. The county owns the property just to the east of the Amazon. DME, just to the north, is expanding. The area, the quadrant, right, 95 and ISB, has been remodeled, torn down and redone. There are several hundred homes going on Williamson just past Bevel. That area is growing, so I'm asking you again to look at, and I know I asked for LPGA to look at, and they said, no, we don't need to, okay? This is going to happen. You need to look at that, please. Thank you.
Thank you, John. County Manager, George Rectorwall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, really, I just want to first off say thank you. I really take all of your comments to heart, and I will work very hard on the communication and the follow-up. But I really also want to thank you for recognizing the great team that we have here, because I'm nothing without that team. And it's probably my proudest part of the evaluation, or what I do, is the team that I'm privileged to work with every day. So I do appreciate that, and your comments, and we'll work to improve. We always are. That's something that you're correct. I always want us to be a place where other people come to see how it's done. And that's, I think all the people that work for me are aware of that. And so I also, just because this happens to fall right before the holidays, again, I always like to recognize all of our staff that work and through the holidays, on holiday days. We're just reminding everyone that we're a 24/7 operation, and I'm always grateful, and I hope other people can recognize that too, that all those essential activities that we do continue on through, and think of those people that are doing that for just a second on those holidays. I think they'd appreciate that. And Merry Christmas to all of you, and a Happy New Year. And thank you for what you do, because I think that, and it was mentioned, you guys do get criticism sometimes if something doesn't happen. It's unfair. And the fact that you guys do what you do to run for office and be a policymaker and do the things you have to do and sit up here and make these tough decisions. I think that people don't realize that, and it takes a lot of courage, and I think we all appreciate that too. So thank you for being the leaders of this team, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Michael Dyer?
Well, thank you, as George said, for the feedback. I'm honored to serve in this position. It will be 2 years next month, and like George, I'm most proud of the team that is with me. Just have a great group of men and women that that while we are attorneys, we're public servants first. And my son asked me not that long ago why I picked what I do, and I said, well, I feel like I contribute towards the solution to problems, and I definitely see that each and every day. Really enjoy working with county staff. Is just a fantastic group, and I appreciate your feedback, and I want you always to give me that feedback, and we'll work to improve where needed. And at the end of the day, when we do what we do, I try to think of what you, as council members, need, and so really try to give you the information, the tools for you to make decisions, because you are the policymakers. I'm not, but I support you. So thank you again, and have a great holiday. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Barb Gertman?
It's always cool to be first, except when it comes to making comments, right? First thing I want to do is send my condolences. I just received a message that City of DeLand manager Michael Ployce lost his dad today. So let's keep him in our thoughts and prayers. I think with this being our last meeting of the year, I think the best I can say is Merry Christmas to everyone. I'm looking forward to a new year. I'm always going to try to keep a positive foot forward, and I know next year, for many reasons, is going to be a challenging season because I'm a realtor, I'm a council person, and I'm a candidate, and it's a lot, right? It's a lot what we do here, and as George said, it takes courage, it takes accountability, and it's just a lot to really be able to serve and not take it for granted. So I'm grateful to be here, and I appreciate everyone on the council. I look forward to what we'll do in 2022 and respect what we've been able to accomplish this year. And I'm just looking forward to great things. I think Volusia is in position to soar, and I think we can plant those seeds for great things going forward. So just want to say thank you to everyone. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. See you next year.
Ben Johnson.
In that same vein, the city of DeLand also lost a longtime police chief, Richard Slaughter. Richard was a policeman, started as a policeman in DeLand, probably one of the first policemen in this area with a college education, a graduate of Ole Miss, but he was a DeLand resident. His father was a constable here in DeLand until his death. Richard was a good man, a good police chief, and a good citizen of DeLand, and we'll all miss him. Other than that, I just want to wish everybody Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Look forward to starting the new year. Thank you.
Dr. Lowry?
Lots been said today. Just everybody have a great Christmas, Happy New Year. We'll see everybody later.
Heather Post?
Oh, a lot's been said, but I still want to get some work done. So I got a couple of things. Did John leave? What? John Nicholson left? The one time I want to address him, he left. All right. Is he still there? Oh, his stuff is still here. He's in the restroom. I'll save that for maybe he'll come back. I wanted to bring up the Affordable Housing Trust Fund ordinance. Mark Watts has gone over the one that has been somewhat compiled, I guess you would say, and I've provided it to Mike Dyer, and his team has gone over it, and they've compared it to other counties, and they've got some opinions and some discussion on it as well. But I would like, especially with the Affordable Housing Summit that we just had, I think it's very evident at this point that we're all focused on moving forward in some way with affordable housing, and that's going to take a trust fund of some kind, even if we do any number of the choices that was brought up in the panel from the summit. So I'm asking council, and I guess I don't know if I need a motion, but to bring that back on the next agenda just for discussion. Or if no one has any
I think a motion's appropriate on how we've handled others, just directing us to come back with information and presentation to council for you to discuss it.
Right.
There's a motion to bring the housing
Affordable Housing Trust Fund ordinance back just for discussion.
on the next meeting in January?
Yes, because it's already prepared. Staff has it and has had it for a while, and they've done research on it as well.
I'll second for discussion.
Motion by Post, second by Gartman.
And may I make a comment on that
Sure.
as well? So I did want to make a comment. I think quite a few people know that there are a number of supporters of such an ordinance, and I think the faith group was here this morning showing their support as well. But I would like to really stress this is not a faith group ordinance in any way, shape, or form. They are simply a group that also supports the idea, just as a number of people on the panels that we saw on the summit support the idea. So it is not a faith ordinance. It is specifically an Affordable Housing Trust Fund ordinance. So I just really wanted to separate the two, because I think there had been some confusion on that as well.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir. Ben Johnson.
I myself think that's a little premature. I'm not against discussing the ordinance, but I think we need to get more of the issues on the table and let our people come back with a report so we have an idea of what we're actually working with before we start trying to put the ordinance. You're kind of putting the cart ahead of the horse. I think it's something that, yes, discussion has to be done, but it's premature to do it at this time. I think we need to put this off until we have more information in our hand.
Barb Gertman.
I agree with Ben. I'm very much interested in that discussion, but I think it's getting ahead of the public that we've asked to participate and have input in it. So for me, it needs to be one of the first things that is discussed regarding the affinity group. But I'd want to see, again, to have that affinity group and get that feedback and then bring it back to council, and maybe not have to wait till the end of the 3 sessions. But the whole purpose, I was under the impression the whole purpose was to have the affinity group come together, get that feedback, and then come to the best conclusion. Hopefully that will be, not only a housing trust, but how that should come together. I'm in support of it, but I wouldn't want to see us get in front of what we've asked the public and what we've waited, to this time to have the public feedback, is my opinion.
Anybody else? Heather Post?
So I would just say that no matter what the decision is that will be made, I think it's not negating any specific decision that the public makes or anyone makes as to what direction we're going. But I think we can all agree that there needs to be a base foundation of some kind of funding, and that's going to include us, whether it's public-private partnerships or whatever it is. There's going to have to be some base for us. The ordinance does not specify amounts or go into that matter. It just specifically talks about setting that foundation. And it's not, I don't see it as getting really ahead of the horse in that way. We have the ARPA funds discussion, which is coming up in January, and I also want to get clarification on that as exactly when we're going to be talking about that in January. But we've got that coming up, and to have that decision already made to say that, yes, this is a very important subject matter that we feel that we need to invest in, time, money, whatever it is, and make that definitive statement, and then we still have plenty of time to figure out exactly where we would go from there, but at least it would be part of the ARPA discussion. It would be part of really laying the groundwork as well.
County Manager, can you explain to us real quick what we're already doing? I know that we're doing a number of things for affordable housing already. I just think and concur with Barb and Ben that we need to do things methodically and look at everything before we jump into an ordinance or anything like that. Are you able to just provide just a little information? I know we're rehabbing houses. We just did a big project in Daytona where the county has invested in that. Is there anything else that we can just tell the public just for a quick update?
Well, in addition to, like today, you reported on, and there are from the affordable housing committee that you have, there are strategies that you're looking at or have in terms of zoning and things you've allowed, like auxiliary structures, things of that nature. Certainly the subject of affordable housing trust fund was discussed quite a bit at the summit. The affinity groups, I think, will be tackling that as one of the tools in the toolbox, so to speak. So, but we do a large amount of programs for affordable housing to prevent homelessness, to offset costs, and it's in the millions when you go over that. So there's value to continue the discussion. You will be talking about ARPA in January, so I do know that that's a tool. This trust fund is a tool that's going to be discussed one way or the other. If you want to get down to the ordinance level, again, staff can have that ready, or you guys can talk a little bit more about the broad range of things you'd like to do, and then have that as one of them, if that's what you desire.
Sounds good. Thanks.
So, George, in January when we have, and Carmen, are you here? Okay. Can you come down to the front row just in case? Carmen Hall. When we discuss ARPA in January, will we be making all the decisions for all the money at that meeting?
Well, we'll have to see where, all the information we would have from the federal government, I'm not sure everything is complete on that yet. There's still some decisions, I think, that have to be made when it comes to infrastructure. Some of the, you know, what's gonna be available in that bill versus what we wanna do in ARPA. I think we still have, we're hoping to get a little bit more information. You wanna,
Yes.
Ryan's our absolute expert on where those things stand today.
Yeah, on the Treasury regulations, they have not yet released the final regulations. There's been discussion that the goal was the end of December, but that's just a goal. We don't know for sure if that's when the Treasury would release anything. As far as the bill goes, I have not heard anything from the lobbyist level about any action in the House as far as the infrastructure side goes.
So unfortunately, I mean, we're waiting on them to a certain degree, but we promised that we would bring something in January, and I'll keep everybody informed. If for some reason we don't have enough information, we can make that decision on how far we want to go. But there are definite items that I think we, you know, there was a pretty good consensus of where you wanted to go, and we may be able to work on that if we don't have all the answers.
Was this a consideration for when we laid out some goals for the ARPA funds and we set aside some in case there's things that changed, which may or may not be available anymore because of changes in the law and how we can qualify for it?
The project list that was previously compiled was under the assumption of the revenue loss numbers that were originally compiled. So there will need to be changes because a lot of the projects do not qualify for the regular COVID restrictions that the project or infrastructure, the water, sewer, broadband, that they would have to qualify for. So there was a set aside of $10 million to see what happens. But again, that 10 million would also have to fall into the COVID category. That being said, there is a broad range of what the federal government qualifies as a COVID expenditure. Earlier today, the council approved option D, I think it was, on the mental health and drug funding. That funding is not revenue loss. That is COVID response funding. The federal government allows you to assume that any mental health or drug abuse, drug and alcohol abuse funding is a COVID response. There is a slightly different assumption when it comes to affordable housing. It has to be in a qualified census tract or another area that the government can justify was disproportionately impacted by COVID. Kind of the safe harbor is the qualified census tract. So if you were looking at doing affordable housing funding, if you wanted it to be truly flexible, it would have to be out of the revenue loss. If you want to stick within the lines of the federal government on affordable housing, it has to be a project in a qualified census tract or somewhere that we can demonstrably show that that area was disproportionately impacted from COVID as compared to the rest of the county.
Okay. Danny?
I think we're in one of those hurry up and wait kind of scenarios, you know, until we get back, until we see what ARPA really has. You know, it's not smart spending money we don't have or whatnot. So I think, you know, maybe putting on the brakes and just a little bit and kind of waiting to see what comes back and then go forward with it. But we've already laid a good foundation, in my opinion, and the groundwork and pushing forward. So it's definitely on the radar screen and we're paying attention, but that's all I got.
Barb Gertman?
I was going to ask Ryan if we can receive information on those census tracts that qualify.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Carmen, Suzanne first, go ahead.
And maybe we'll take a little pressure off of Carmen, but just also want to note from a finance perspective, of course, one of our 3 affinity groups will be focusing on that financial piece. This past year, the state of Florida improved their Sadowski funding. We received $2.5 million. It is projected that the state will fund Sadowski fully starting next year, which should mean somewhere in the $4 million or higher amount annually coming to the county through SHIP dollars. And in January, we're bringing a revenue to the council. The housing fund has some income revenue from a sale of a property that had been help funded by the county, and that's a $2.5 million infusion of additional affordable housing dollars. So I did want to leave that kind of positive note on the table. We do have some funds, fortunately, either through Sadowski or program income coming, as well as whatever else the council may want to put towards it. We think that the report out from the affinity groups and the report from the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee will be very helpful in helping council craft your future funding policy decisions and our strategies moving forward, whatever they might be. But I wanted to leave it on a positive note because we do have those funds coming in, and I think they'll make some great strides for us in helping work towards the affordable housing solutions. Thank you.
You did answer my question, I think, for Carmen. I was going to ask, and I think I just heard it, is when the affinity groups come back, will this be discussed as part of it? 'Cause here's my dilemma. We have this one-time money, and if we have to make decisions on it in January, and this Affordable Housing Trust Fund might be one of the best ways to deal with it, we don't want to miss the opportunity to fund it with taxpayer money that comes from the whole United States instead of just Volusia County. On the other hand, and this is what I'm really concerned about, is that I stayed to the very productive end of that affordable housing conference, and some of the best things that came out of it were at the end when it kind of all came together, and we weighed different options and heard from the public. The public that was there was very engaged. We have pages and pages on today's agenda of options, things that we could do other than raising taxes on somebody. There's zoning changes that could be made. There's incentives for developers to build affordable housing. There's impact fee repercussions, things that we can consider. There's a lot of things that we could do. So when I look at the Housing Trust Fund, Faith is the one that we associate with it because they come in every couple of weeks to ask us for it, and have for a couple of years now. And like I've told them, the thing that concerns me is that I've heard from $7 million to $9 million a year is what they want to put in there, and then we look at Sunrail and lots of other things that also want $7 to $9 million a year, and then I'm going to be badgering you about going to full rollback here in a couple weeks. Don't let that ruin your Christmas. And I don't want to create a whole nother class of people that need affordable housing because we've raised their taxes to a point where they can't pay their rent or buy a first-time home. So I think we have to be cautious. I would like to have, I want it to be part of the discussion, but I don't want it to preempt the discussion of everything else that's coming along and end up missing some good things there because we've already spent the money on this. Maybe that pays for the other things. I just think there's a lot of things we can do that aren't going to require a tax increase, and that conference did a really good job at filling our toolbox with options. I want to see those options each considered fully, and so that's my only concern, Heather, is that we don't preempt it with this. If you're suggesting that we just bring it up for discussion in January, the rest of it's not going to be ready in January, correct? They're just starting to meet in January. So it might be March. Was that the date that I've heard? Or longer, okay. So, those are my concerns. Barb Gertman.
I just wanted to say, I would like to see us prioritize that, that part of it, the housing trust, because to me, the housing trust is the umbrella and the other tools likely fall under that. So if we start with that in the affinity group, to me, we're looking at the first 90 days. And if we can prioritize that, I think we get further and get the public input. I think what Suzanne shared is that it's very likely that there will be affordable housing dollars committed through the state, that it's not a matter of additional taxes. It'll be Sadowski funds or other means that we can tie into, but I think we've got to get further into the year to even be able to identify that. So even if we put in ARPA dollars because they're available, that's one-time dollars, right? But then to see how things can go forward, I think we need that time, and again, I think it's a bit premature, so.
Heather Post.
So I just want to be super clear, I'm not out to raise everybody's taxes. Just want to be super clear on that. We've heard several times that there are a number of different ways to come up with and address funding for affordable housing. So that is not my intent in any way, shape, or form. But I was just looking, or I am looking for, you know, it's an ordinance. The ordinance would specifically allow for focus and for us to really stand and say, you know, we are going to focus on affordable housing in Volusia County. And that was really the intent. It doesn't sound like anyone is interested in pursuing it at this time. So I'm not even going to bother to call the question, or I'll withdraw my motion. I saw Danny down there. Were you getting ready to cut me off? Too much talk? No. Okay. All right. So the next thing I had was, I see John Nicholson is back. So I was trying to talk to you, and you had gone to the restroom, I guess. But I wanted to say, John, you were here every day, every meeting, and I know we rag on you sometimes, but it's coming to the end of the year, and I'd like to thank you for being as involved as you are, because it's really good to see someone in the community who it's very evident that you deeply care. And I wanted everybody to know that not only does he come to our meetings, I knew you came to Daytona meetings, right? But I was at a school board meeting, not a school board meeting, but a school community meeting the other day. I've been to other community meetings, and I look over and John's there, and I'm like, oh, no kidding. And he's there, and he's very involved. And so, John, I just wanted to say, I know we rag on you sometimes. It's only because you're familiar. And but I thank you, and I thank you for this year of being involved and providing input to us, because sometimes you do say things that make us stop and think about it. So thank you. Let's see, I've got two more things. I saw a notice that we have put an EMS employee in the Halifax ERs to be an employee when the ambulances go there, and they have the long wait times. And so in order to address the long wait times, we are funding, and we have put a county employee in the hospital to stand by until the hospital can eventually take it over. And so I have a couple questions. Is it at more than one Halifax location, or is it just one location? And then the other thing is, you know, EMTALA and the guidelines say that the hospitals are required to take them, and that is their responsibility. So I'm wondering why we're spending our funds on that responsibility when we have so much other areas in EMS where we could be spending it.
Mark Swanson, Interim Director of Public Protection. Yes, we do have a nurse in the hospital. We've only been able to fill, 5 days, Mike? 5 days, because we've been having problems getting nurses to be there. But we have there for the purpose of getting our ambulances back on the road.
But again,
excuse me.
I'm not, you know, maybe we could look into that, or I'm still not sure why that's our problem, because that is a hospital responsibility, and through ACA and everything else, and why we are spending our EMS funds when we're, you know, when we really need that in other areas.
We're just trying to get those nurses in the hospital so that we can get the ambulance quicker at this point.
I understand, but
Yeah.
Are we working on getting Halifax to take care of it on their end like they should be, or should we be calling ACA, or what should we be doing?
Michael Coleman, the EMS Director. So, yes, you're absolutely right, but the reality is the hospitals are in the same situation where they've got a lot of staffing issues as well, and so we're just trying on our side to get them out as quick as we can. I have met with Halifax. We've got another meeting come up. I've sent them a lot of data. So I've sent them data of like what our times are, how long it's taken us out by each section. I can send you guys that.
There's no doubt that we've had long wait times, no doubt.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But
no doubt.
is it at more than one location?
That's that's the one that's given us the most problems. Is their main Halifax location.
Are we doing that for Advent Health?
No.
Just for Halifax?
Just for Halifax.
We did offer it for the other hospital, but they didn't take that offer.
They didn't sign the agreement to have our person in there.
An MOU.
Well, I have to say, George, I'm really not comfortable with the county spending monies on something that is the hospital's responsibility when we are addressing things in EMS. Like, that's not, I don't think that's appropriate in any way. So I would love to bring this back and chat further, whether it's a group meeting or whatever it is, but I think not okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. And the very last thing I had was the employee bonuses. We keep jostling that around, so I wondered where we stood on the employee bonuses. I think we had given direction at one point that we were moving forward on that, and then councilperson asked and was told, no, we're not doing it. So I'm wondering where the direction changed, or are we still fitting that in? And if not, why not?
The bonuses were what was discussed at the ARPA workshop we mentioned previous. Really, that's something that it needs to just be revisited. We never said no. It's just that we need to revisit it as part of the workshop in January, because again, just like Ryan discussed about affordable housing, to do a straight bonus, first of all, state law says there has to be a program, which I think we could achieve. But using the revenue loss, it would be the most flexible way of doing it. There is a way of doing it under the ARPA rules, but there's some limitations to that in terms of salary that we'd have to look at, and then would we make up the difference to those employees possibly that would not qualify under the ARPA rules. So I would really rather bring it back and have it fully explained at that workshop, because it's a little bit more detailed than if we were just, like I say, using the revenue loss monies, where we could have had a very, a little bit more flexible program.
Is it only doable through the ARPA workshop?
Oh, we could do it. We could talk about it separately if you want to have a separate item, but I figured people would want to talk about it in a holistic manner, because it may be competing against other other items that council wanted to consider. But as it stands, the council did, use that that was a potential project that was approved from that group.
I would, since we did give direction on that, I would like to see that definitely come back, and I want to ensure that that does come back in our ARPA discussion, unless there's any changes on it.
Yeah,
I know I think Ben even mentioned in our last meeting when we were talking about the angel trees, because some of the response I've gotten in the public is, well, it's just the Volusia County employees, so not spending, it wouldn't be okay to spend the monies on just Volusia County employees out of the ARPA funds. However, if they their jobs, but Ben even remarked, talking about the angel trees, about how very much county employees have been affected through COVID, whether they've lost their jobs or not. Their kids have been home from school. They've, had spouses and family members that have gotten sick, died, lost their jobs. Everyone is hurting, and so I don't think that would be so much of an argument. And I just want to make sure that it doesn't die on the vine. And we've, let it go by a few months, and last I heard was we're not addressing it. So, and I know in our side conversation, that is not the case. So again, as per our evaluation today, I want to make sure that everybody's on the same page.
And I will say, we'll start the discussion with, the list that we had in August. So nothing's going to get lost. And I will say, certainly our employees are number one priority for me. And we do have issues with, like you say, they need things and we need things in terms of retention. We already are using bonuses in some other parts of the county.
Right.
So, like I say, it will definitely not get lost. It will be part of the discussion, and it's just about how we format it and fix it to fit in an ARPA, what that would look like, so that you can make decisions, like you said, on accurate information. This is what exactly it'll cost, and then a decision may be made. Do we limit it to what the ARPA rules are, which is there is a salary limitation to that would.
Gotcha.
So we have to go through all that with you. So, but
right.
It's not going to get lost. I promise you that.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So, just want to say then, that's all I have. And Merry Christmas, everybody. Happy holidays. And take care.
Let me pause 1 second, Ben, because I think we still have some business on the table. I want to make sure we cleaned it up legally according to Robert's Rules of Orders. We had a motion, and then Heather withdrew it. I think we have to still vote on it to get rid of it, or can she just withdraw it?
Rules, if you've restated the motion and that it belongs to the body, and you could we're required to vote. If you hadn't restated the motion as the chair, they can withdraw the vote.
Okay, then we're good.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I hadn't restated it. Ben?
If memory serves me correctly, the bonus came up early on, and we were looking at the possibility of bonus, the possibility of $1 an hour, a possibility of raises. I think it was all brought up together back then, and then we went with the raises. That was at least $1 an hour. I don't recall that we ever said that we were actually going to give them. It was discussion. That's just my recollection. It was discussion, but I think it was in an overall view of what are we going to do for our employees and what can we do, and we were able to go with the 4%. That's kind of my recollection of it.
Well, I don't know what to say about your recollection, but that's not my recollection. That's certainly not my intent in that discussion at the beginning, and it doesn't sound like that is staff's understanding of everything as well, because of our discussions. So, well, that's what we're doing. Yep.
Yeah, exactly, and
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, Dan?
I just want to wish everybody a happy holidays and Merry Christmas, and keep up the good work across the boards. I think everybody's really doing a great job. We have a really diverse group of leaders here, and I'm definitely excited to see what 2022 has to bring. But thank you guys. Be safe and have a good holiday.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick items. First, George, Mr. Nicholson's going to think this is his Christmas present, but he brought up a good point this morning on the X1, the Daytona Lagoon, about landscaping. Will that be part of your discussion or negotiation with them?
It's on my list now that it's been brought to my attention. That'll definitely be discussed with how they're taking care of our property. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, very good. And then two of the speakers this morning, just because I don't have the authority to go to your employees, so I just want to clear with you now. I think that Kelly McBurney that requested a waiver for fees. With your permission, I'll get a copy of this tomorrow with all of her information, and I think should I just give it to Clay in order to have somebody on his staff explain to her the procedure of how to apply for that and go through it. She wanted a request of fees for a setback variance in Ormond Beach.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Clay and I spoke with her outside chambers.
You did already?
I think Clay got her information already, and we'll be sure to follow up on that.
Okay. Good. So the public can see that we're listening and acting right away. Okay. The other request that I have for staff is yesterday I had the privilege. It was actually a lot of fun. I was invited to answer questions from the public at Midtown at the Cultural Center there. And the question was asked of me, and I didn't know the answer. And I'm not sure who to ask other than Kevin, so I'll just leave it with you, George. I would like information of how many black employees we have in supervisory and above positions, supervisors, directors, specifically black employees. We have a lot of minorities. We have one of the best hires you made this year sitting in the back of the room. But we have Puerto Rican, we have Oriental, we have black employees, we have female employees. But specifically that, and if we can find out how many black-owned businesses there are in Volusia County. I see Kevin writing that down. And then I'll report back to them.
We can get the information on the supervisor positions, and we'll look for the black-owned businesses. I'll have to check on how they identify, that information. Sometimes it's a little harder to find, but certainly within our ranks, we can come up with what those numbers are.
Okay. And that's really it for me. I look forward to next year. It has been an interesting year. We've had some conflict. We've had some successes. One of the things that, and I don't mean to add conflict by saying this, one of the things that I have learned when I'm out in the public, and I'm purposely going out in the public a lot to hear from them and just answer questions, not give speeches. And the public has a lot of questions, and the question always comes up mostly focused on that end of the dais. Why aren't you doing something? And the answer is because we set policy, and then you go to work doing it. And my experience with you have been when we set policy or ask you to do something, you really do go to work, and you understand the relationship. So if there's an issue, I think we have to take responsibility for it up here and set the policies, and then expect answers to come back and work with you on that. And so I look forward to doing that next year on the issues that are really concerning to the public, at least from what I'm hearing, you know, the way that we are developing, the way that we grow affordable housing and water quality, public safety. Those are probably the top 3 or 4. And I see that we have 2 other council members that still want to speak. So I'm done with that. I just thank you, staff, for your help, all the staff in this room. You have earned our respect. You've certainly earned my respect. Merry Christmas. Hanukkah's over. And we'll meet again next year. And Barb Gertman.
Chair, I just wanted to ask you, the public that came to speak this morning about Lake Talmadge, and you had mentioned that there was some remedies or some opportunities to work with state, and you had heard from Elizabeth Fedorf. I was interested to hear more about that, because I had also spoken with some of the homeowners and wanted to follow up with that as well with some of the state representatives and legislators.
I will include, I don't know what their answer is today. I will include you in that. But I can tell you that it's been at least 3 months that I went to George and his staff and said, you know, can we help these people? And we looked for a way, and Ben Bartlett was
Right,
in the
I've been
room,
involved
and
early
he said,
in
you know,
that
we
process.
can do it, but the state has to contract us. And so
Right.
that's what 3 months ago, at least, we asked Elizabeth if she could make that happen.
Right.
Things, as you know better than me, things in government, especially at the state and federal level, tend to move slow, sometimes here.
All right.
You
I just
know,
wanted
so
to hear what
I
the
will update
outcome
you.
was, if they had some remedy to it. So if you can include me in that to help me.
I will. You know what? As you know, it went back and forth. Well, it's St. John's Waterman, it's the county, it's the state, it's somebody else, and now the fingers are finally all pointing at the state, and Elizabeth Fedorf is asking them to take responsibility for it.
Thank you.
So Heather Post.
So just to clarify, when you keep saying state, you're talking about FWC, correct? Or who are you talking about when you say the state? Do you know, Ben?
Yeah, I mean FWC, but also DEP. There's not a clear line. That's
So
been
there's
the
no
problem.
clear definitive answer as to who Federhoff or anyone else should be poking in the.
Ben Bartlett, Public Works Director. So in the past, FWC has actually contracted with Volusia County to provide some maintenance on that canal. So it depends on what they're looking to do, but FWC is part of DEP, but it is considered waters of the state.
So they're a good start.
So yeah.
Okay.
It depends on who the state, should the state decide that they want to fund some sort of maintenance on that canal, whatever agency they task to do it, it's most likely going to be DEP or FWC.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And the reason I had my thing on was I actually got numbers. Kevin had mentioned before about today that we had the veterans stand down at the health department, and I just got the numbers on that. So they did that to provide all kinds of services to any veterans that came in today, and they helped 60, which is a really awesome number, especially over the holidays. So I'm glad to hear that. Very successful event. So thanks to everybody involved.
And with that, we'll adjourn the meeting. Thank you very much.